Today's date is March the 21st, 1996. My name is Linda Davidson and I'm conducting an interview with the survivor Gerda Freiberg, née Steinitz. The interview is being conducted in English and is taking place in Toronto, Canada. Please state your name.
Gerda Freiberg, F-R-I-E-B-E-R-G. My maiden name is Steinitz, S-T-E-I-N-I-T-Z.
How do you spell your first name?
G-E-R-D-A.
Mrs. Freiberg, when were you born? What date?
October 12, 1925.
And what is your birthplace?
I was born in Bielszowicz, or it's now called Bielszowice because it's now Poland. And it is now spelled B-I-E-L-S-Z-O-W-I-C-E. And it's in Upper Silesia, which is between the Polish and German border. At the time when I was born, now it's Poland.
We'd like to learn from you about your family. What was your father's name?
My father's name is Joseph Steinitz. My mother's name is Elfriede. Her maiden name was Brenner, B-R-E-N-N-E-R.
Mrs. Freiberg, what occupation did your father have before the war?
Well, we had a general store in the town where I was born.
I wanted to ask you, what large city was Bielszowicz close to?
Well, Bielszowicz was a town of 25,000 people. The only Jews in town was my grandmother, my paternal grandmother, and ourselves. There were only two Jewish families in the town. And the closest city was Hindenburg, which was Germany proper. And that was about 2 kilometers.
Do you remember your address where you lived in Bielszowicz?
It was number 61 in Polish, Ulica Górna.
We're going to return to talk about your family. What kind of man was your father, Joseph Steinitz?
Well, he was a businessman, but more than that, he was an athlete. He loved sports. He was racing motorcycles. That was his first love. He skied, he bicycled for great distances. He would love mountaineering, walking in the forests, and loved music and theater. I don't know if he loved as much business as all the other things. That was a necessity.
What kind of father was he?
He was a wonderful father to us. I have a sister, Hannah, and he never had the son that he probably wanted, and kind of treated us as the two boys that he didn't have. And so we did quite adventurous things together. And he was a wonderful father. I remember when Mother was sometimes going away for a week or so with her mother for summer vacations, and he would take us everywhere. And if he went out in the evening, in the morning, we'd wake up and there would be a little box of chocolates at our bedside. So I have wonderful memories of him. No.
Where was your father born?
He was born in Breslau in 1898. He was, when he was born, he was an orphan because his father was murdered by robbers while my grandmother was expecting the baby. And she later remarried. And he was brought up by his grandparents, my great-grandparents in Breslau. And that's where he spent most of his youth till he was called to the army, to the German army in the First World War.
Do Do you recall the name of your great-grandparents in Breslau?
My grandmother's maiden name was Schlesinger. That's my paternal grandmother.
And had the family lived in that region for many years?
Well, in the town where I was born and lived up till the war, my great-great-grandparents built a home, and it was a station for the people that came by for the horses to rest and for water. And in that town, there was no town then, there was a forest. But they found coal and they built a coal mine. And that's when Bielszowitz grew into the town that it was when I was born.
So they were virtually the first people?
The first people there, right. And would probably still be there if not for the war. I went to school there, to public school, till grade 6, when I wrote an entry exam to high school, what we called gymnasium. And I went to gymnasium for 2 years in the neighboring town of Nova Wieś, what used to be Antonienhütte.
I want to come back to that schooling in a moment. Just want to learn a little bit more about your family. So from what you've told us, your family were in Germany for generations.
Yeah, my paternal grandmother comes from the area of Breslau, and that's her parents lived there. This was all Germany at one time. It changed hands in 1920 when there was a plebiscite and people voted to become Poland. They moved the border. As a matter of fact, my sister was the first baby born under Polish rule, which was 1922. But it was all German proper. My parents decided to stay. Our whole family lived in Germany because we were so close to the border. So they had already their business there, and they decided to stay.
Now tell us a little bit about your mother.
My mother was born in the neighboring town of then Antonienhütte, now called Nova Wieś. And again, my maternal grandmother and my grandfather lived in that area for generations. My maternal grandfather died in 1913. He was in the honor guard of the Kaiser, serving in the German army. And when he died of a heart attack at the age of 50, he was buried with military honors.
In Antonienhütte?
In Antonienhütte. The cemetery actually was in König City, which was a few kilometers. You see, Upper Silesia is very heavily populated. You don't know when you leave one town and enter another one. The tragedy is that my grandfather was buried with military honors, and my grandmother, his widow, was pushed into the gas chambers of Auschwitz. My mother was born in Antonienhütte, went to school there. She had 2 brothers, Max and Fritz, and 2 sisters, Rose and Alice. She was the youngest.
And the last name, Brenner?
Brenner, right.
What kind of mother did you have?
That's difficult to say. She was a good mother. She was very strong. She was actually the soul of the business, very bright and devoted to Germany. She lived 18 years under Polish rule, never learned Polish, just refused to accept that now her hometown is now Poland. And very devoted to her husband. It was a very, very happy marriage. And to her children.
You mentioned that you have a sister.
Yes.
Were you close as children?
Well, we had no one else. There were 2 Jewish kids in the town. There were no other Jewish children. Any cousins that we have lived a little distance away, one in Berlin, the other one in Beuthen, which was also on the other side of the border. So we really did not have that many cousins, or we didn't see them that often, so we just relied on each other. But she's 3 years older. So to a certain point we were very close, but then you know what happens when children grow up. 3 years become a big difference in interest and in age and in friends.
So what contact did you have with the extended family in Germany, across the
Well,
border?
they would come and visit we always had birthday parties when the family came. We would see them in the synagogue on holidays. My grandmother lived in a town where there were some little hills, and we'd go skiing there, so we'd visit every Sunday after skiing. We would visit a lot in Breslau, my great-grandparents there. Because we were so isolated, my parents made it their business that we know the family and that we visit them and that we get together with them. I guess they wanted the Jewish input.
So as a young girl growing up in Bilchowitz, your friends were non-Jewish?
Right. And the only Jewishness that I knew was celebrating holidays, going to the synagogue, and going for religious lessons across the border to Hindenburg, to the synagogue. There was the teacher that my parents hired just for us.
His name?
Lehrer, which means in German teacher, Wale. And we went for private lessons once a week.
How far was Hindenburg from Bilchowitz?
2 kilometers.
So how would you travel there?
Walk.
Winter, summer?
Yes, and when I went to high school, we walked 6 kilometers to school.
Tell us about the first school that you attended.
The first school?
The public school. Did it have a name?
No, in our country, the schools did not have names. There were 4 schools in the town. Ours was number 4. And you would stay with the same teacher till grade 5. So if my teacher happened to be an anti-Semite, and you were stuck with her. And as a matter of fact, an interesting incident that I have when I was grade 6, the teacher didn't show up, and we did not have supply teachers in those days. So nobody was in a classroom, and of course we all know what happens when children are left in a classroom without a teacher. When the principal walked in, it was pretty noisy, and he says, "It's as noisy as in a Jewish prayer house." Now, I didn't know Jewish prayer houses, only knew a synagogue, and in a German synagogue you can hear a pin fall on the floor. And so I packed my books and I walked out of the class. And he said, "Where are you going?" I said, "Well, since you say it's as noisy as in a Jewish prayer house, then I'm probably the one that makes all the noise." He got very angry, wanted me to come back, and I said, "There's no way." And I left. And my father, of course, supported me in this. When he came running in the afternoon and wanted to straighten it out, he says he never said it, because he needed to use the telephone. You see, schools in these towns did not have telephones. We were the only ones that had a telephone. If he wanted to call for supplies, he would come to our... So he didn't want to lose the telephone, so he came running. But my father supported me. I would... See, at that age, I wasn't even 12 then, I was 11. I already spoke up and didn't let it sit. So I didn't endear myself to him, but I made my point.
What did being Jewish mean to you at the age of 11, 12?
Probably not much. The only thing that I wouldn't let anyone insult the Jewish people. That's probably at the age of 11 without... You see, if you don't live in a Jewish community like the Jews in Poland, you are part of the community. My parents were very respected in that community. The priest of the church was a friend of the family. And all our friends were non-Jewish. My parents' friends weren't Jewish. We were part of the community. Then there were lights, candles on Friday night, and there were holidays that were celebrated. But we were part of the community.
Apart from that incident, were there any other anti-Semitic incidents during your school years at school number 4?
Well, only once a kid called me a Jew, so I waited when he went from school. We lived right next to the school. And having a general store, there were shovels and things outside, as we have here. The merchandise was outdoors. I waited for that kid. When he passed by, I took a shovel, hit him over the head. That's the last time somebody called me a Jew. Couldn't do this in Poland, but in my town you could do it, because the parents would be in uproar that the child would call me a name, but I wouldn't let it sit either.
What was the language of instruction at the school?
Polish. That's where I had problems, because we spoke German at home. And I did speak outside in Silesian dialect. That's a language that is very different. It's a mixture of German and Polish. So when I went to school, I had to learn Polish, and I wasn't very good at it. However, I still did very well in school. I was the first in class. I had no trouble sailing through my entrance exam into high school.
What were your favorite subjects at school?
Greek mythology. I loved it, and I took some French. I hated Polish history because at home I was so brainwashed that it's not my country and it's not my history. But otherwise, I guess in general, my report card looked pretty good.
So you were friendly with the other girls at the school? There were no problems in socializing as a Jew?
No, I had wonderful friends in school. There was no difference, whether in public school or high school.
And you would visit one another's homes?
Definitely, and we have some friends. One in particular was born the same day, and we would celebrate our birthdays together. I was invited to their homes to see the Christmas tree, and they knew we don't have Christmas, but they still invited me to come see the Christmas tree. We used to tried to pressure mother into, we also wanted, as all children, we also want Christmas tree, and we were told in no uncertain terms that this is not what we do. And it was amazing that living among non-Jews, my mother did come from a very observant family. My grandfather, when he was alive, was going to shul every Saturday morning and Friday night. So she was brought up in a very religious home, kosher, and it wasn't easy because there was no shoichet and so on, but my grandmother was very observant. So I guess my mother brought it into the marriage with her. And the pride in being Jewish was always there. We knew we were different. We were part of the community, but not all together.
And when you finished your schooling there, where did you attend the gymnasium?
That was in Nova Wieś, in the neighboring town. Public school was right next door, but high school was about 6 kilometers, so I walked to
Would you
school.
go with your sister?
No, she didn't go to gymnasium. She finished her public school. It was only me. It was very expensive. You paid tuition, you wore a uniform, and that was Europe. That's not Canada. So that was not a cheap proposition. You bought your books, even the pencils. You got nothing in school. And so that was a sacrifice for my parents, although they were doing well. We lived maybe much nicer than, not maybe, for sure, nicer than most of the people around us. But still, people did not spend money the way we do today. It was a different life. However, there was never a shortage of money to spend it on interesting holidays. I started skiing at the age of 6. And then the school had a ski trip, the high school. My parents just let me go. It's no problem. If we went to another town of school trips, I was always included. My parents would never say that there's no money to go. So, and we traveled all over because my father had a Harley Davidson with a sidecar, and he put his whole family in it. My sister and I in the sidecar, my mother in the back. And we traveled to Breslau to see his grandparents and aunts. And we went to the mountains. In the summer, mostly once a week on Sunday, we would go to mountains and would go climb the mountains. They weren't very high, 1,000 meters, which is 3,000 feet approximately. And with nature and parks and forests were very important in our lives. And I think Father instilled us in us. And for that I'm grateful.
And in the gymnasium, a bigger town, were there more Jewish students?
There were, not in my class. There was a synagogue. It's a synagogue we attended. And there were more Jewish families living there. But in my class there was not, I was again the only Jewish child. It didn't matter because I had all these friends, they were not Jewish, but it didn't make a difference. I never encountered anti-Semitism like I hear from people that lived in Poland. We were part of the community.
When you were at school and you were looking towards the future, what were your dreams and your hopes?
Well, my dream was to learn to become a doctor and go in medicine. It was something that women, girls, did not plan to do, but that was my dream. I wanted to be a doctor. Of course, that dream was shattered when the war broke out.
In Bilshevitz, did you belong to any youth groups?
Yeah.
Jewish or otherwise?
No Jewish, there was nothing, but I belonged to the Girl Guides. Summer holidays we spent quite often in Berlin with my aunt who lived there. And so my mother would send us there. Sometimes we'd spend in the mountains. But there were maybe Jewish youth organizations, but they were again much further, like 20 kilometers, and it was no way of getting there. There were very little buses. My father couldn't take us, leave his business. So there was really not that much to do.
You mentioned that your sister didn't go on to the gymnasium. What did she do when she finished her public school?
My mother always wanted to leave that town, and her desire to leave started in 1933 when the Nazis came to power. And she was determined for us to learn something, a trade that could be useful if we immigrate, if we leave. And since my sister was not academically inclined, she tried first, she wanted to work with flowers because of nature that we were introduced to, but gardening was not flowers in that town, so that was not for her. So then she went to learn hairdressing. The family was in uproar. It was not something that a nice Jewish girl would do. But my mother was determined that she should have a trade, that wherever we go, that she could work, find a way to work.
You mentioned that your mother came from quite a religious Jewish background. How would you define the religious atmosphere in your home?
Well, as I said, we observed all the holidays. Friday night was Shabbat, candles were lit, it was Shabbat dinner. but living among non-Jews, the store was open on Saturday. You just did not close the store. But at least Friday night was kept. And I think that was typical of German Jewish life. Passover, it was very difficult to get matzah. You had to go to another town and bring everything. There was no refrigeration. So it wasn't easy to get everything. However, the Seder we used to have in our home, my grandmother wouldn't come because she didn't travel on Shabbat and she was too old to walk. Hanukkah, I remember always lighting the candles every night and then playing with the dreidel, and the thing you could win would be a nut or a candy. There were no gifts every night like here. We played the dreidel, we got a nut. Purim, my mother would take us to Hindenburg or to the neighboring town, Chorzów, where there were more Jewish people for Purim parties. So she arranged it already with some relatives that lived there because she wanted us to know and get to feel. So we would go to Hanukkah parties, Purim parties. And that was more or less the extent of our Jewish life in that town. And she made sure that we learned Hebrew and that we went to get our education. That was her objective.
So on a Friday evening, Shabbat, what food would you associate with Shabbat? What smells would I find in your home? We didn't know the foods that they used in Poland. We had a German kitchen, like German food. So I don't think there was any, like gefilte fish I learned from my husband. Never saw it. We used to boil a carp, which I still love. So there was no special food. My mother would make Hamantaschen for Purim, and she would make kreplech for the different holidays. And of course Passover, we had Passover food. But otherwise, during the year, there was nothing specially Jewish about our food. Not that I recall. What kind of books and newspapers did your parents have in their home where they have Jewish content?
Goethe, Schiller, Heine, and German newspapers. I do not remember. Plus, as a child, I did not concern myself. The reason that I know about the German poets, because my mother loved to read poetry, and she would read it to us, and that's why I know so much German poetry, though I never read it. But when my mother read it to us, I would memorize it.
Mrs. Freiberg, what can you tell us about German Jewish cultural life before Hitler?
Well, I can only recall Jewish life before the war as seen through an eyes of a child. We just slept in our house and we had a business there, but we spent our life on the other side of the border, since entire family, except for my two grandmothers, lived on the other side. As I said before, this was all Germany at one time. My aunt lived in Berlin. And what I recall from the life of our family, of our cousins and uncles and aunts, there were opportunities for German Jews in Germany like there were for any other German. There was no difference. German Jews were members of the Berlin Philharmonics. There would be artists, actors, doctors, professors, scientists, judges. Before the Nazis, every door was open to Jewish people. Sure, there must have been anti-Semitism, but if you don't seek it, it isn't there. There is anti-Semitism everywhere, but I have never heard of my family, or my parents, talking about any discrimination. Anything you wanted to be, it was open to you. You want to go to university. It wasn't like Poland, where they had numerous clauses where you couldn't attend university. German Jews wanted to go to university. It was there for them. They signed up, registered just like any other German citizen. German Jews fought in World War I. My father was a decorated soldier. Many of my mother's uncles, we had some relatives that lost their lives during World War I and died for Germany, and were decorated and were in high positions in government and so on. Then in 1932 and so on, you could already hear about there were some unrests and there was some agitation. I came face to face with it when the Nazis were elected, and we must always remember that the Nazis were elected. They didn't come in by any revolution or a coup. The people voted for the Nazis because after World War I, Germany was brought to their knees by the Allies, and it couldn't last. It was the biggest mistake that was made. Up comes Hitler and tells them the people will get everything back and will have work. And of course they would support this kind of an idea. People go for this to better their lives and to get their German pride back. But even then, in 1933, the Jews still had their businesses. The teachers, professors were still at the universities, and the doctors had their privileges in the hospitals. But once the Nazis came to power, I always heard, whenever we got together with our family, and I always heard those stories like this professor lost his job and the doctor did not get hospital privileges anymore. And it slowly the news was tightened. So when today people say, how could it let it happen? They do not realize the beginning. We usually talk about the Holocaust and start in 1939. But the people don't know how this all began. When you couldn't have anymore a maid, and German Jews were well-to-do, and they had their nannies and their cooks and the chauffeurs and the maids, and they were all German. German Jews were quite well off. You couldn't have German help anymore. Jewish actors couldn't get a part in a play. Opera singers could not get a part in an opera. And slowly you could not go to a park and sit on a bench. You had Juden verboten. There were many places, many hotels where my aunt used to spend her summers in the mountains in the different Kurort. Some hotels would no longer accept her reservation. And these are the stories I always heard being told. The schools, Jewish students, you were no longer allowed into a German university. So slowly the Jews were isolated from mainstream. As the years went on, Jews were no longer allowed to have their own businesses. Every Jewish business got a German manager, but the Jew was still responsible for the success of the business. And if the business didn't do well, they were punished and fined for the losses that were incurred by the German manager.
Mrs. Freiberg, you're describing a very integrated Jewish community. Would you know whether there was much intermarriage between the Jews and the non-Jewish Germans?
In our family, there was one intermarriage. My father's half-brother.
His name?
His name was Walter Kaufmann, because my grandmother remarried, and her name was Kaufmann. He married a non-Jewish woman. My mother never accepted intermarriage, and she would not have. But it wasn't her son that married a non-Jewish woman. But there was intermarriage, and they were very good marriages. And many non-Jewish people saved their spouses during the war. in Germany. So because the Jews had such freedoms and opportunities, again, there was no difference. They lived outside in the general community. There was no ghetto like in Poland. So it was very easy. You went to school with a non-Jewish girl, you married her.
So would you say that the Jews before Hitler were not perceived as a threat by non-Jewish Germans?
No, they weren't. They had non-Jewish friends. There were Jewish organizations that were connected to the synagogues. There were youth groups, and Jews were organized through the synagogues, especially. Well, in big cities, the Jewish kids had the opportunity to belong to a Jewish organization, and I was always envious of that. But then they were forbidden. During the Nazi time, you could no longer belong to a Jewish organization. And so all the privileges of a citizen of a country were slowly taken away from the German Jews, who were citizens of Germany.
I wanted to ask you, as early as 1922, you mentioned the high standing of the German Jews. The German foreign minister, Rathenau, was a Jew.
Right.
How did the Jewish, if you can recall, or even in retrospect, how did the German Jews understand his murder? Did they see it as an anti-Semitic act?
I couldn't tell you because I was too young at the time, so I would not really know about it. The only things that I know is what was happening within the families and within Jewish life, and how slowly, for instance, my father had a school friend. They went to school together. They were the same age. He was German, so was my father, but he happened to be Jewish. They were very close friends, and they were visiting each other and spending. They would come to our holidays to visit with us, and my parents would go for Christmas and visit with them and exchange gifts. And when in 1933 the Nazis came to power, he was an engineer in the coal mine in Hindenburg. And I remember that I was 7 years old. And I remember when he came at night through the back door, knocked quietly on the door and came in, and he sat down with my father and said, "It's very difficult to tell you what I came to tell you, but I had to join the Nazi Party in order to keep my position in the coal mine. But the first prerequisite was that I have no Jewish friends." He says, "We'll always be friends." But we can't talk to each other anymore. We can't see each other anymore. That was the first time that I realized that life is not going to be the same. They were so close. What is interesting, that at the end they both were victims of the Nazis. My father, who never came back from concentration camp, he who fought on the Russian front, died as prisoner in Russia, in the Soviet Union. Both were victims.
Do you recall your father's friend's name?
His first name was Emmanuel. I don't remember his last name right now.
Have you any idea what year this was in Hindenburg?
That was very shortly after the Nazis came to power. It must have been 33, 34. But this is what was happening. This is the beginning of the Nazis in power and the changes that took place slowly and gradually till the beginning of the end with Kristallnacht on November 8, 1938.
It was Freiburg, before we get to that, you were a child, but maybe you recall conversations between your parents. Even up till 1933, desecration of graves, synagogues being burnt. How did the German Jews perceive this?
There was no desecration of graves before that, or no burning of synagogues. That was all 1938 on Kristallnacht. The German Jews did not perceive Hitler as a threat. They thought he was a joke. I remember overhearing conversation. 1936, I went for the Berlin Olympics. I stayed with my aunt and uncle. As a matter of fact, I saw Hitler and Goering when we were in a bus near the Brandenburger Gate. They came to Leia Rive, and it was a big celebration, the opening of the Olympic Games. And it was very interesting that it's the first time in my life that I realized that I am not part of the rest of the people. I was in the bus, and in Berlin they have those buses like in London, double-deckers. I was sitting on the top because for me, coming from a little town, sit in that bus was a big event. And looking at Hitler and Goering in that open car as they came, got out of the car, and this whole ceremony, the bus and all traffic stopped. And everybody Sieg Heil and saluting. And I wasn't part of these people anymore. And that, I recall, was the first time that I realized that I'm different.
How old were you at that stage?
I was 10 years old.
And what did that feel like to
Not
you?
even 10 yet. Confusion. Knowing how my mother was loyal to the Kaiser, and always hearing the conversation, and suddenly I'm not part of these people. Why? That was the first time I realized. And of course, German Jews, they were athletes, but they were not participating in the Olympics. There was no way I would participate in the Olympic Games.
Did you ask your parents why is this happening to us?
I did not have to ask, because I was always there when the conversations were. By that time already, as I told you, many changes have taken place. For instance, the Berlin Philharmonics, when you get a job as a musician, this is for life, till your retirement. All Jewish musicians were fired. That's the first time in the history of the Berlin Philharmonics that they would fire a musician. And so what happened then? The Jewish community, because they couldn't attend theater and because all these actors couldn't get a part in a play, they then had their own Jewish theaters. And then a Jewish cultural life began to flourish, which something terrible was happening, and it turned out to really awaken the Jewishness in the German Jews. Where before it was only a religious affiliation, where the German Jews were religiously Jewish. When they no longer were able to find a position or a job, suddenly there was another side to their Jewishness, and they became culturally Jewish. And I remember still the songs that my mother would sing when she went to a Jewish cabaret. See, we're talking now about times before 1939, when Jews were still walking the streets, and they did not wear the Star of David, and they were, they couldn't recognize them in the streets, and they still had some of their freedoms. They were, as it got later, closer to seeing the Nuremberg laws in place, there was lots of talk about immigrating, leaving Germany. But it is very difficult to leave a country when you have your business and you have your income and the friends and a family. How do you leave your parents behind? It wasn't so easy to go to America. The quotas were very low. You couldn't take with you any money. You know, German Jews were not very good in learning languages. My mother died here in Toronto and still spoke German only. So it was a very difficult decision for German Jews to leave Germany.
Was Zionism a movement to be reckoned with at
Yes,
all in
it
these years?
awoke the Jewish community after the Nazi came to power. There were youth groups, they went what they called on Hachshara, they were training what they would do in Palestine. One of my uncles went to Palestine in 1935. Unfortunately, when he got there, he couldn't get a job because he didn't speak Hebrew or Arabic or English. And so he came back. But this is when German Jews were starting to look towards Palestine, especially young people.
Do you recall at all that your family was aware that once Hitler came to power, there were concentration camps such as Dachau set up in Germany?
Dachau, Buchenwald, these camps were not set up for Jews. Those camps were set up for communists, for homosexuals, for criminals, or for whatever offense you committed. It began with much later that Jews really were being harassed, where they would be called. Oh, I'll never forget when a relative would be called to come to the Gestapo headquarters, how the whole family was in fear. Why they calling him? Just called him for interview, just to harass them. What was difficult living in Germany was that you had the brown shirts, which really were the SA, which were on the loose, and they were out whenever they, saw Jews in the street, they would harass them. But it was at that time not yet state orchestrated. We would always look at them as a bunch of hoodlums, rather than anything that was state orchestrated. And maybe the German Jews lived in a land of dreams, and didn't realize that what they thought was an work of or action of hoodlums, that it actually was state orchestrated. But we are German Jews. We fought for this country. We are decorated as German soldiers. We have made contribution to this country. We're German citizens. This is impossible, and by the way, Hitler is not going to last too long. That's all I remember of conversations whenever we visited our relatives.
You mentioned earlier that in 1936 you were in Berlin during the Olympics. Do you recall what happened in 1938 with Kristallnacht?
As I said before, I went for my religious education and lessons across the border to Hindenburg. And sometimes when the weather wasn't that great, my father would take me and visit relatives while I had my lesson and take me back. And I'll never forget the day, 9th of November. My father took me and we come close to the synagogue and I smelled smoke and I thought there was somewhere a house on fire. And as we came to the synagogue, we realized that the synagogue was burning. And it was a rainy day, a typical November day where the leaves had fallen on the street. And there in front of the synagogue were Torah scrolls, still smoldering, prayer books beautifully bound in leather, as you could only see in the German synagogues. All out there in the street, smoldering, mostly burned, half still burning. And the SA marching around and not letting anybody near, people looking. And of course we turned around, didn't know what happened, and turned around and went to visit our relatives. And wherever we came, the doors were locked. And we my father couldn't understand why nobody is home, till at one family, we kind of sat in a motorcycle and looked up into the windows, and they noticed us. The curtains were drawn, and they opened the door just to let us in. And that's when we found out what happened during the night. I remember their apartment was totally demolished. All the beautiful china, crystal, broken. And then we heard the horrific stories, what happened during the night, how they came and broke everything and took the men and dragged them out, marched them through the town. And that's when we found out the synagogue was burned by the Nazis. It was Kristallnacht, and that's how I found out about Kristallnacht.
When you returned home to Bilchovice, was there a perceptible change of attitude of the non-Jewish people that you had lived with all these years towards yourselves as Jews?
The people did not concern themselves. You see, this is why it was possible to do what they did. The neighbors never asked what happened. The neighbors never came and say, can I help in any way, or do you need anything? It wasn't their business. The churches, the priests, no one spoke up on behalf of the Jews. There was a silence in the land. Suddenly the Jews were no longer their responsibility. They might have been their friends at one time, but now they were told that they cannot associate with them anymore. And so the Jews were isolated. And the propaganda of Goebbels and Streicher with his Stürme. By the way, I have a copy of the Stürme here. And the propaganda and the lies and the way the Jews were portrayed as the enemies of the people, of the German people, and how they were blamed for all the awful things and for the loss of the war and what the Allies did to Germany. They incited them to become anti-Semites. Children, now remember, children joined the Nazi youth organization in 1933. If a child was 15, in 1938 he was 18. And if he was brainwashed to hate the Jews, and so many reasons were given to him, it wasn't difficult to become an anti-Semite and hate the Jews. You blame them for all the ills of the country and of the people.
After Kristallnacht, was there a change in the running of your father's business?
Oh, definitely.
How did this impact the family?
It was even before, because there was unemployment. In the mines did not work full time, and it was all a ploy. You see, most of the mines in Upper Silesia were owned by Germans, because this was Germany. And it was in Hitler's interest to create unemployment across the border. So the German owners slowly closed the mines for no reason at all, other than having those people unemployed and create unrest. And now your counterparts on the other side of the border work day and night. There is no unemployment under the Nazis. So you can see the political implications here. So the Polish miners, or the miners on the Polish side, found jobs across the border because it's all within walking distance. But the prerequisite, you cannot buy in a Jewish establishment. You do not buy from a Jewish merchant. Consequently, the people that were real friends would come at night through the back door when no one saw them. The rest of them would not come. They would go to a non-Jewish store. So my parents felt it, yes, very much in the business. because if they wanted to keep the job in the German coal mine, they could not buy merchandise from us. So this was the only change. Otherwise, we did not feel other changes. The people still were the same as they were before. Just the fear that they would lose the job, and of course they have to make a living to support their families. In Germany, the children were brainwashed in schools to tell in school everything that goes on in their homes. So the children spied on their parents. And very often it resulted that parents were taken to Dachau or Buchenwald for subversion. Because the children would overhear something or would know that the parents still associate secretly with Jewish friends and would tell the teacher in school.
Mrs. Freiberg, when did the restrictions and discriminatory measures like wearing of the star and those things come into effect?
Well, first of all, after the Kristallnacht, when they took all the Jewish, not all, but thousands and thousands of Jewish males, and that's when they put them to camps like Buchenwald and Dachau. The only way to get out of Dachau or Buchenwald was if you had a visa to emigrate. And so it was a mad rush on all the consulates, South America, South Africa, United States, Canada, and we of course know the track record of these countries that had no room for Jews. The children were being sent out to England. Jews desperately tried to get out, but there was no way. My relatives got on that boat, the St. Louis, which was turned away from Cuba and came back to Germany. There was really no way for the German Jews to leave.
What happened when the war was declared? When was it declared? What was the effect?
Having lived on the border, the shooting went on already for weeks. Just before the war broke out, Germany expelled all the Jews of Polish origin. They put them on the border. The Poles would not let them in. The Poles said they lived in Germany for so many years, they're not their responsibility. Germans said they were not born in Germany, they're not Germans. And this is what I remember of 1939, when all these Jewish families were sitting on the border in no man's land. And my mother was going, collecting blankets, umbrellas, raincoats, and was running there with food. The Jewish women in the area were cooking and collecting food and bringing to these people who sat outside for days because the Poles would not let them in. Somehow there was some international intervention because finally the Poles would let them in. And so they went into Poland. It was tragic because many of them were born in Germany, but their parents came from Poland.
What month are we talking in 1939?
We're talking July, end of June, beginning of July. Then I remember the shooting started. Day and night we heard shooting, but nobody crossed the border. And there was a lot of rhetoric. The Poles said they're going to chase them out and they're going to win the war. On September 1st at 12 noon, there was a special announcement that the president of Poland will speak. We were the only ones with a radio. And so people were gathering outside. My father opened the window and had the radio full blast, and people were listening to the Polish president declaring war on Germany. Within 1 hour, you could see people starting to move. Immediately they were packing up on their little buggies, their they put their old grandparents on the buggies, covered them with blankets, tied the goats to the buggies and schlepped them. It was an exodus of people, and it was such a sad picture to see. They were leaving, they didn't know where they're going, but they're running away from the border because they thought that this is where the fight, that's where the war is going to be. So they left everything behind, just took some food and clothing and some animals with them, and just left towards Poland, inside Poland. My grandmother phoned up that she's leaving too, and I remember my mother said, stay where you are. Don't go anywhere. It's too late to go. I know the German strengths. I saw what was happening in Berlin, and I know that the Poles have not gotten a chance. And you'll see that in no time, Germany will overrun all of Poland. But she wanted us to be safe. So she sent my sister and myself to some friends, which I don't even know and didn't even know the names. She gave us the address. We got on the bicycle. It was about 30 kilometers from our town. And we put on our Girl Guide uniform. Till this day, I don't understand why. And we went showing probably our allegiance to Poland. I've no idea what made us do this, but we were lucky that we weren't killed because of that. Because when the Nazis marched into Katowice, which is 20 kilometers from us, a girl guide in her uniform approached a German officer, presented him with flowers, welcomed him to Poland, and shot him. And they were looking for everyone that was in that organization. Now remember, Scouts are not a violent organization. And this girl wore a Girl Guide uniform, and we, my sister and I, like idiots, are running away in those Girl Guide uniforms. We were lucky that we weren't caught and killed.
So you were going to Katowice?
We were going near. It was in a little town. I don't even remember the name of this place. But a day later, my mother phoned we should come back because it's all... So we already, the German soldiers already occupied that little town. We just got on our bikes, put on regular clothes, and went back home. When we came home, our store was closed. My father was not home. And my mother told me that she's hiding him in a neighbor's place because she was afraid that they will take him. And
who will take him?
The Nazis. The Nazis. We were the first ones. In 2 hours, the town was occupied. There was no shot fired. We just came in. There was no shot fired. They just marched in. That was it. And then there was many Germans lived there that immediately put on their uniforms and joined them. Because there were Germans and Poles living there. So they just put on their uniforms. The swastikas were all over the place. All flags flying from windows. People that you thought were your friends, suddenly the swastikas were flying out of their windows. And it was an amazing change. The next day, they broke into our store, took out all the merchandise. The people helped themselves. It was such a commotion, and there was nothing my mother could do. Just stay away and stay out of the way. I walked down the street. We were not allowed to speak to any of the non-Jewish people. I'm 12 years old. The only friends I have are non-Jewish. There are no Jews. And suddenly I don't have a friend. No one speaks to me. They're not allowed, and I'm not allowed to speak to them.
What did that feel like?
I asked why, and I'm still asking why. Why am I different today? Who am I today? I think I'm the same I was yesterday. And on that day, my dream of becoming a doctor going to school, was shattered. My life changed in 1 hour. My father couldn't forgive himself for not leaving. My mother was pressuring him so much to go. For years, whenever she went to Berlin to visit her sister, and she was there very often, she came home and she always said, "It's going to be too late, let's leave. Where am I going to go with 2 grown-up daughters? How am I going to provide for them? How am I going to marry them off one day? How am I going to make a living? Where am I going to go? And the Poles will not allow you to take anything with you. The moment you would have sold your business or your house, the Polish brigade, a special brigade, was immediately there. Your passport was confiscated. You could not leave Poland." So my father just didn't have the courage to leave. My mother said, "Let's go." And then he couldn't forgive himself. He couldn't forgive himself. He aged in the 2-3 days like it was unbelievable. And then they started to take him every day. First they came, they picked him up. They picked him up and we didn't know if we were going to see him again. But he came back at night.
Where did they take him to?
They picked up the Poles and him, and they marched them to the town with all kind of signs. I am the Jew that cheated you all my life. And they just tried to humiliate him in the community where he grew up. And Julie didn't grow up, but lived there all since his adulthood, since the World War I. And my grandfather as well. And they had them work, sweep the streets, the sidewalks. They pick him up every day, and we never knew if he'll come back. Sometimes they beat him up. And we would wait all day and hope and pray that he would come back.
Did they shave his...
No.
Shave their heads or anything?
No, not at that time. This is when we had to wear the Star of David, but at that time it was an armband. It was a white armband with a blue Star of David on it, and you could not leave your home without it. Jews were not allowed to do their shopping during the day. They were only allowed in the evening. By that time, remember, this is war. There was no merchandise left. So we were on the mercy of our nice neighbors that would go shopping and bring us the food. Now, our bank account was frozen. We were not allowed to withdraw any money. Jews were not allowed to withdraw any funds. We had no income because no store. Jews had to deliver to the police station all silver and gold. We had little earrings that grandmother gave us when we were a year old. Even this we had to give. Wedding bands, anything in jewelry, any silver, candlesticks, any silver that was in the house under threat of death had to be delivered to the police. Oh yes, they meticulously made a list of what you gave them, and you got the piece of paper that you had delivered all that to them. Jews were not allowed to wear any fur coats, and they would confiscate even coats with fur collars. This is the life that we led at that time.
What happened to your family in Silesia, Upper Silesia?
They all went through the same ordeal that we did. So Upper Silesia became part of Germany proper. It became German Reich again. And on October 19th, 1939, they came and picked up my father. They gave him a few hours warning.
Who's they?
The Nazis. And that day I won't forget either. 1939, October 19th. Every year, I remember.
Describe the events of
My
that day.
mother was running around when he was ready to go and had him put on another shirt, another sweater, and one more sweater, because winter is coming and I don't know where you're going to be and when we will see you again. At least you'll have clothes, because they weren't allowed to take anything with them. And take another scarf. And then they came. And all I remember is turned to me and he said, "You take care of Mother while I'm gone." I've just been 14 years old. It was a week after my birthday. And at 14, now I was no longer a child, because now I had the responsibility to take care of my mother. What followed
Was
they took
those
all
were his parting words to you?
They took all men from 16 to 65 from Upper Silesia and shipped them away. And nobody knew where they went. My mother went every day to the city, to Katowice, to König City, which now was changed again their names into German, where more Jews were living, and was searching for some news. Maybe somebody came back, maybe somebody brought some news. Nobody. These men disappeared. I cannot describe the nights that I sat with my mother, crying, praying, wondering what's going to happen and what's going to be and how long we're going to stay. Terrible thing happened. One day she had some money, and Jews were not allowed to have any money. So she packed it all and put it. In Europe you had an oven like we have now electric. You had one that you made a fire to bake your bread in the kitchen, and she hid the money in the oven. And in the whole commotion, in being so upset and distraught as she was, she wanted to bake some bread since we couldn't buy anything. She made fire in the oven and suddenly remembered that all her money was there. Everything we had was there in flames. She took it out, as burned as it was, that little package with the money, the paper bills. But she had her mind in the right place. She wrapped it up in cotton and she sent it to Berlin in the National German Bank with the name Steinitz, Elfriede Steinitz. They had no idea that they were dealing with a Jew. She wrote them that she inadvertently burned the money. There was a fire in the house. They bought the story and they sent us back the money. They gave us, they could see the numbers, and they sent back the money. They didn't know that they were sending the money to Jews. But that was my mother. That's how she acted. I think I inherited some of this from her. So here we were, not knowing what happened to the man. And somewhere in February, somebody came back, and my mother found out what happened. They took the men to the Polish-Russian border, and they shot them in the forest. Like they couldn't shoot them in the forest right there. They had to take them right across Poland. Some of the men jumped out from those trains, from the wagons, and ran. And this one man that came back, a young man, was one of them, that he said some of them saved themselves. The rest, they shot.
You had no idea whether
We
your
had
father
no
was
idea.
alive or
No.
had run
No
away?
idea. It was end of February when we got a postcard from Russia. He was one of the few, because he was so athletic. He jumped, he ran, saved himself, ran across the border, and he sent us a postcard from Russia, which was once Poland. Lemberg was Poland. That's where he was.
Lvov.
But he was alive. Well, at least he was alive. I remember my mother sitting in the kitchen and saying, I would like to have him back just for 1 year. If I could only have him back, this was such a happy marriage. For 1 year. Well, March 3rd, we got an order that they will make Upper Silesia Judenrein, and that we all have to leave. And so the day came. We were allowed 20 kilo to take with us. That's a day I won't forget easily either. How can you forget? Mother was walking around in the house. What do I take? Do I take some pots and pans and utensils, some pillows and blankets, clothes? Do I take my pictures of my family, my parents, grandparents? Do I take the tablecloth that my grandmother embroidered for my wedding? What do I take with me when I am leaving my home and don't know if I've ever be back? Well, at 14 in those days, you were a child. I still had hopes that maybe the war will end and I'll go back to school. I took my school books with me, and my doll, and my teddy bear. And my biggest problem was the dog. I had a Spitz, a white little dog. And I didn't know what I'm going to do with my dog. If I leave him inside, he'll starve. If I leave him outside, he'll freeze. March in Poland is still cold. This was my big problem. Mother had other problems. And I remember when we were ready to leave, because they told us where to report to. And there was no point in running away. Everybody knew us. It wasn't like you lived in a ghetto and you weren't even registered. Everybody knew us in a whole radius around. I never needed an identification when I crossed the border. I was Josef Steinitz' daughter, and I crossed the border. Everywhere I went, I was Josef Steinitz' daughter. Couldn't run away, you couldn't hide. And as we are leaving, my mother stands at the door with the key. Should I lock the door? What's the point? There's no point of locking the door. I'll never see anything that I'm leaving behind. And we left.
Were there any of your neighbors in the streets
No,
watching?
everybody stayed behind closed doors. Nobody had the courage to come out and even ask. But then, in that climate, you have to also think of where they were and where we were. I don't know if we today would have the courage to stand up for a minority if we would be in a similar situation. That's why the righteous that saved the Jews can never be forgotten, because we must think of them in the climate and in the times that we were living.
As you walk through the streets of the town where you grew up, what do you recall, your thoughts or your feelings about being Jewish, about being German?
Isolated. I wore the band, the Star of David. I don't even know if I was embarrassed wearing it or not, or if I was proud to wear it. It's just something that they forced me to do. And I could not walk out the house without it.
You had no idea where you were going?
No, we were supposed to meet, as a matter of strangely enough, we met in Rabbi Plaut's uncle's house, and who was my mother's teacher when she was
in what
school.
Town?
The town's name was Siemianowicz. Little town, as I said, there's so many little towns around. And there were about 35 families that gathered there, and we were picked up and loaded on trucks, and that's from there we left. It was already evening when we left. And we arrived in a town, didn't know the name of it, after a few hours of driving. And where Anlo had got off the trucks on a town square.
How many of them?
35 families. Very few children, almost none. And we found out the next day where we were. We were left there in the middle of the night, and we didn't know where to go. In the morning we could see people looking out the windows and behind the curtains, and then they starting to come and talk to us. But I didn't understand the language. This is the first time in my life I heard Yiddish. And they all looked so strange to me because they had side locks and they wear those black coats and hats and they had beards. And I don't know who they were. I was hiding behind my mother. I didn't know they were Jews. I never saw Hasidic or Polish Jews because my whole life was on the other side of the border. Then we found out that we are in a town called Jaworzno.
How do you spell that?
Jaworzno. It was Poland, near Krakow. It was also a mining town, and now it was a ghetto. Already Jews from the surrounding areas were herded into the few square blocks. And of course, it wasn't like Canada. People did not live in homes, 4-bedroom homes. If they had a room in the kitchen and a bedroom, the whole family lived there, sometimes the grandparents, and they slept in the kitchen. And now they brought all these people from around the town because the Jews could not live outside of the town. And now the 35 families arrived. But Jews demonstrate that they take care of Jews. We do take care of each other. And so there was a school, a Jewish school building that was not used during the Nazi occupation. And so they put us up in that school building. And everybody brought us something. People brought us some dishes and cutlery and pots. And somehow we set up a home. We had one room. And everybody thought the war will end in 6 months. And now that since we knew that our father is safe, so we thought that we'll stay there and we will be reunited one day. My mother desperately tried to get a visa to go to the Soviet Union. She even wrote to the embassy in Berlin, but there was no way that the Soviets would let anyone in. But she always took these initiatives, and there was no stopping her. And she even went to Berlin, took off her armband, and nobody would know that she's Jewish with a fluent German, and went to the embassy herself. Well, they took all the information, but we never heard from them. So this failed. We couldn't go and be reunited. And somehow we didn't have the courage to go on our own. I guess she didn't want to endanger us. She would have gone, but she couldn't leave us behind, my sister and I.
Is Jaworzno far from Bilchowitz?
Well, it's about 80 kilometers.
Was it a fenced ghetto?
No, because I remember Jaworzno passing by there when we went with my father to Krakow. It was a 90-kilometer bicycle ride before the war. And I remember stopping at the coal mine we had our lunch outside because there was such nice grass. And that's what is so ironical, that in that town we had our lunch on the way on our beautiful trip with beautiful memories, and now we were brought here into the ghetto. And we stayed there and we're hoping that we'll be there, but unfortunately things got very bad. First of all, you could not get ration like food unless you worked. So we would work for the farmers during, in the fields. And then we would get some potatoes, we would work for food. Basically, you tried not to be outside if you didn't have to. The fear of the German, the Nazis, when they walked the streets, you just did not want to meet them. You did your shopping, if you got your little ration cards and you went around to get the shopping, and you basically stayed in the house. And you were waiting for the war to end.
Mrs. Freiberg, we were talking about being in the ghetto. Before we continue, I just want to clarify, who were you with in the ghetto?
Well, my mother and my sister, the three of us. And as long as we were together, we thought things will be okay. And we'll stay there. And no matter how hard it is and how bad it is, at least we have a roof over our heads. And we are together, and we know that our father is safe. And now comes 1941, and the war breaks out between Germany and the Soviet Union.
Before we get there, I just wanted to ask, who supervised the running of the ghetto, Jaworzno?
The Judenrat. They set up a Judenrat. And that was a group of men that were probably chosen by the Nazis. I wouldn't really know, because when I came it was all in place. And the young Jewish men were put in uniforms, and they were the Jewish police that were in charge of order in the ghetto. Some of them, or most of them, were volunteering for that job, because being a policeman would entitle you and your family to extra food and some privileges. We cannot sit in judgment, because these were not normal times. And to be able to save your family from starvation, you did things that you would not normally do. So those young men, even if they volunteered to be a policeman in the ghetto, we do have to understand the times in which we live. I'm not condoning their actions, but we also have to be sympathetic to the cause.
Did you have to work in the ghetto?
No, they took us to work in the fields, to harvest potatoes and grain and for the farmers. So this way we were getting extra food. And that's how we survived, because remember, we had no money. We had no other income. And I would not allow my mother to go to work. There's no way. So my sister and I were going out to work. And that would be, we kind of could get by. Jews survive on laughter, even if it's bad. And no matter how bad it is, there is always somewhere, sometime where you have to look at the lighter side. In our rations, there was so many grams of jam that you would be given. Now the merchant already would take out some of the jam and put water in, because it went by weight. And he sold the jam on the black market. We, of course, didn't have money to buy anything on black market. So when he sold you your ration of jam, that was already watered down a little. Now I was growing up, I was 14, 15, 16, And I was craving for sweet, and the only thing we had was this jam. So when my mother wouldn't be home, I would take a spoon of jam and put a spoon of water. But the more jam I took out and the more water I put in, it became slowly juice. And I thought my mother will never notice. And she was saving the jam for the holidays because she wanted to bring some normalcy into our lives. For instance, we had a Seder in the ghetto. We had services for Rosh Hashanah in Yom Kippur in our room, where we had people come, and it all clandestine because we were not allowed to congregate more than 2-3 people. But we had prayers, and a Torah scroll was brought in, and we had services for Yontif. And my mother was saving the jam to bake a cake. And when she made the dough, and she's now taking the jar with the jam, and she finds there is nothing, no jam, but just some red juice, she threw the jar at me. But she didn't hit me, she hit the door, and the jar broke, and the jam was all over the door and the floor. And I thought it was funny. But this was the life in a ghetto.
You mentioned that Jews were scared to be in the streets, and you went on work details. Were there any incidents of atrocities by the Germans towards the Jews that
Oh,
you
yes,
witnessed?
all the time. A Jew would, I remember the men would wear their coats with their collars up and would hide their beards and pull down their heads, and they would run for prayers because you couldn't stop the Jews from praying. I mean, the religious life went on, even with the Nazis being there. And they would see somebody running, they would grab him by his beard, cut it off, and, ridicule him and kick him and beat him in the street. And you always heard this thing. In the neighboring town, they hung 4 Jews for just leaving the ghetto. There was all the time things happening, but as I said, you try to stay in your place, in your room, go out as little as possible, and then those awful rumors that were circulating. And so most of what we survived on was on rumors of hope, that war is ending and that the Nazis are being defeated. There was nothing to it, but I guess we needed this.
What was the name of the neighboring town that the Jews were killed when they went out of the ghetto, if you recall?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't remember it right now. It was because I was a stranger in that area, but I was later in camp with some girls from there.
Did you have any idea where your extended family were, your
No,
cousins,
we
your
only
aunts?
knew my paternal grandmother came with us.
Her name?
Kaufmann. Ida Kaufmann and Arthur Kaufmann. Well, she was Steinitz before. She came with us to Jaworzno. But my maternal grandmother was shipped because she lived in another town. She was shipped to a town in Poland called Olkusz. So my sister and I would borrow a bicycle from somebody, take off our armband, the Star of David, and we would go and visit with her.
Wasn't that very dangerous?
Of course it was, but when you're young, you don't care. You want to see your grandmother, you go and see her. We also wanted to take some food, as little as we had. We wanted to make sure that she had some food. She was an older lady in her 70s and alone. And there was no way that we could bring her because we are all registered. There was no such thing as movements. So life in the ghetto was hell, but you try to survive every day and hope for the end of the war.
What happened if one was sick in the ghetto?
Well, you had Jewish doctors, but there was no hospital that would accept anybody, and there was no medication. So the doctor, except for sympathy, couldn't do much for you. For instance, when someone died, the cemetery was outside of town. Only the Hevra Kedisha would take the body and go to the cemetery and bury. and not leave even a marker on the grave, because Rabbi Plaut's uncle died in that ghetto. He is buried in Jaworzno in the cemetery, and I can't find the grave. I would love to have a photo for Rabbi Plaut of his uncle's grave. And there is none. There's no, I don't know. So people get married in the ghetto. People had children. Because there was always hope that the war will end. So you did everything quietly. You celebrated your holidays secretly. There was children that were taught. There were schools. But this was happening in basements. Or they had rooms where they put a cabinet in front of the door, that if the Nazis would come in, they wouldn't know that there is another room behind. But Jewish life continued.
And what was the deterioration and when did it take place?
Well, it actually was the same when I came, and it stayed the same. It wasn't much to go down anymore. It had not much to deteriorate. I think it hit the bottom already. There wasn't as many people as, let's say, in the Warsaw Ghetto, that there was epidemics. Older people got sick, they died. Children got sick, there was no medication, they died. Babies were born, they died. But malnutrition and related sickness to that. But it wasn't epidemics because we weren't rat infested or anything like that. It wasn't that populated. In 1941, the war broke out between Germany and the Soviet Union.
How did that affect your life in the ghetto?
Well, suddenly we didn't know what happened to my father, because we didn't know when the Nazis moved on and into Russia, into the Soviet Union, whether he moved back with the Soviets or stayed behind. We began to worry about his well-being again. He no longer was safe. One Saturday morning, there was a knock on the door. Quiet knock, very early. And I opened the door, and there was a peasant standing outside. And as I looked again, startled why he would knock on our door, I recognized my father. When the Soviets moved back, they asked him to come with them. They really liked him. He worked there in a factory and worked his way up from a janitor to running the office, learned Russian. He was very good in languages. And he worked himself up, and they begged him to come with right into the Soviet Union. He missed us so much that he could no longer stay separated from us, and decided to come, to be reunited.
How did he know where you were?
Well, because we knew where he was, so we wrote to him. And it took a long time before he got our mail, but he did know where we were and had our address. So he decided to dress as a peasant and travel. He was hundreds of miles away, and come back.
What was that shock at seeing him?
He came in, closed the door, we locked the door, and the door was never again left open. First thing changed. I cannot describe the reunion. It's my mother with him, with me, with my sister. And instantly, the fear, the joy of being reunited, and the terrible fear what this all means and how we're going to handle it. He was not registered in the ghetto, and you had to be registered, and you couldn't suddenly appear. And we had no money to pay off the police, the Jewish police, or the Judenrat, to put his name down. We were strangers. We were German Jews. We weren't trusted. We couldn't go and say, I'll pay you and register my father who just arrived. So we moved. There was a clothes cabinet in that room, because used to be a bookshelf, books were held. And we put a curtain rod, between the wall and that closet, that cabinet, and put a sheet in front of it and put a chair behind. And that's where my father spent day after day, every day. Because not even my grandmother, not even his mother knew that he came back. It was such a secret that he couldn't even see his mother, because she was an older lady and we couldn't trust her to keep it a secret. In the joy of seeing her son, she might have said something, and you never knew how it would get out.
And then what happened?
So my mother, in order that we can have him there legally, asked me to go back to our hometown, to Silesia, and get a certificate that he moved, that he left the town, that he moved. See, in Europe you have to register when you move. You can't just pick up you and move somewhere else. So you have to register. When you move from one town to another, you go in City Hall and register, and then you register in the other town. So I took off my armband, got on a train, and went back home. And I had to change trains in the city of Auschwitz in 1941. And there I sat and waited for another train, for the train that would take me to my hometown. Of course, I could not appear to look scared or worried, because this is where the soldiers that were coming from the Eastern Front were changing over as well. So I had to pretend that I'm German. Of course, there's no problem. I spoke fluent German.
Did you have any documentation?
No.
Was that a problem?
Yes. It was a border. This was Poland, occupied by the Germans. I was going to German proper. I had no identification, because, as you know, any identification that a Jew had in Germany from 1934 on had a J stamped, and our name of Sarah was added to our name. I suddenly had a middle name. It was now Gerda Sarah Steinitz. So even if I had identification, I wouldn't dare to show it to anyone. So I had to talk myself across the border. And the only way to do it is to sit in the same compartment that the German soldiers were sitting. And when they came for control of passports, they pretended that I am their girlfriend. And I played that game. And then when the train crossed the border, I got out and I took the next train, as long as I was across the border. I arrived in my hometown. I went to some friends. As a matter of fact, it was our maid. And I told her, I came to my town at night so no one sees me, because everybody knew me. And I told her what happened. And we hid with her some of my father's clothes, because my mother never gave up hope. And so she left some things that when my father comes back, he should at least have a suit and something to wear. And so I went and picked up some clothes for my father. And I told her that I need this certificate for him. So she went for me to the town council. And she was able to get it for me. I didn't have to go. And then at night, I took the package, my clothes for my father and the certificate, and I went back.
Was she German or Polish?
We were all German. We didn't associate with Polish people. My mother wouldn't. Couldn't speak Polish.
And what
These were the Germans that lived in Poland, like we. We were Germans living in Poland.
What was her name?
Elizabeth Jochimski. I went with her sister to school. And I came back again the way I went down.
For a moment, I want to ask you, you weren't scared that she would betray you to
No.
the authorities?
I was not scared that she would betray. These were people that we could trust. They were people that you could trust. You wouldn't ask them to hide you because you would endanger them. And this you didn't want to do. But you would ask them to hide certain things for you or do you a favor. As a matter of fact, my grandmother would get people from Bielszowitz come to Jaworzno and bring her food. German friends that lived in Bielszowitz would come to the ghetto and bring her food parcels. That is the community we lived in. It was a different community than Poland.
How was it possible for these non-Jews to get access into the ghetto as non-Jews?
Oh, because there were all kind of businesses and there was not just Jews there. There were still some Poles living in that ghetto too. So it was not like in Lodz, I believe they had a wall. In Warsaw they had a wall. It was not a wall. You just had a curfew. You were not allowed to leave. But there was not a physical wall erected. You didn't dare to leave because if you wanted to live, you better stay in. Where I did leave. For me it was important to try and have my father there legally, so at least he could leave the place. And then I went to the authorities in Jaworzno and I registered him, that he's now a resident of Jaworzno. And that's when he could leave the room, and that's when we could tell my grandmother. But to have him behind that curtain all day. My sister had a boyfriend, and he would come and visit. And they would sit in a room, and my father would be behind the curtain. And he did not know that anyone was in the room. And those two young people were sitting and talking. And he was there, but he didn't know that he was there. And my sister could not even tell him or pretend that they are alone. And they were just... any visitor, anybody that knocked on our door, we would say, just a moment, I'm just getting dressed. And then my father would disappear behind the curtain, and then I would open the door and let them in. We had friends that came to visit.
German
visitors.
Jews?
Yes.
Was there a mix in the ghetto between the Polish Jews and
No,
the German Jews?
we were the refugees. My sister made friends because she is a people person. But my father told me to take care of my mother, and I never left her for 1 minute, ever. When she went to visit friends, I went with her. Wherever she went, I never left her, because she always threatened to commit suicide, and I was afraid she would. And I would have this terrible responsibility for her safety, because my father told me, take care of her. If you tell a child to take care of your mother, that's what you do. So my sister made many friends. I didn't. I was always with my mother. But then my father was able to go out already, and then we could tell his mother very gently, because that would have been a big shock for her.
Then what happened? How long did you remain
1942 in February. After they have taken most of the young men out of the ghetto into camps, they began to take women, girls, young women.
Did they tell anybody, you mean the Nazis? The
Yeah,
Germans?
there was a quota. They went to the Judenrat and say, we want 100 men from this ghetto.
To go where?
And it was up to the Jewish police to round up the young people. So at that time you stopped going outside altogether, because you could leave your house, go shopping, go anywhere, visit a friend, and they would catch you in the street and goodbye, and your family wouldn't even know where you disappeared. So the police would raid the homes, and they would go and pick up the young men. many of them were hiding, but that was not such a great idea, because you get rations for the family. If there were 5 people in the family and there was one young man that they had to report to go to camp, and he didn't report because he was hiding, you would get now food for 4 people. Now, 5 people didn't have enough to survive on the rations you got. But 4 people for sure couldn't survive. That was their weapon. Food was their weapon. So some got away with it because if they had money, they could go and buy on the black market. But Jews in Poland were not rich. Not everybody had money to buy on the black market. So when they already had the men taken out of the ghetto, then they turned to the women, to young women. So in February, my sister was taken away. She was picked up by the Jewish police. And actually she was replacing someone. She was not on the list. But we were strangers in this community. So somebody that had money paid off. But they need still so many bodies. So my sister was taken, even if she was not on the list. And that's how she found herself in a concentration camp.
Where was she sent to?
And she was taken to Sudetenland. They were allowed to ride once a month, and so we knew where she was. She was in Oberaltstadt, a spinning mill. The company was called Ettrich. And at least we knew that she was alive, that she was in a camp where she was working. And this is how it was. There was no way that you would go out and demonstrate. People do not understand this, that you live in such fear. We were powerless. What was there we could do? We couldn't hide. No one would hide us. We couldn't run away. No country would accept us. If you had money, you could go underground and get maybe Aryan papers and live as a non-Jew. Some people did. But then you had to know how to do this. 3 women, my mother with 2 children, she would have to hide all of us. You couldn't hide one. It was just impossible. It wasn't possible.
Was there any rumor of what was happening in the extermination camps?
At that time, there were no extermination camps that we knew of. We did not know that there were towns that where all the people were taken in the forest and shot. We did not know that there were synagogues where people were herded into the synagogues, gasoline poured over them and burned with the people inside. We did not know that. And maybe the people in the ghetto knew, but remember, we were not part of the community. We were the German refugees. We were not trusted. We weren't separate. The group of the 35 families, we kind of stuck together, and we really didn't know. The only thing we knew, my grandmother's friend, in early 1942, came with a parcel with food. And he was an engineer on the railroad. And he said to my grandmother, hide any place you can. I am taking trains into Auschwitz. There is a camp. I'm leaving empty. I'm going in with cars, cattle cars full of people. And I'm leaving empty. And when I come back the next time, I don't know where the people are. There should be thousands there. Nobody is there. They must be killing them. Try to run, try to hide. That's the first time that we heard an actual account of Auschwitz. Only from this German friend that my grandmother had. So my sister was now in camp, and they were still catching young girls. mostly at night. They would come, bang in your door and take out whoever was. So I was hiding in a barn every night with a friend of mine. Her sister was caught together with my sister, so they were in the same camp. And I was hiding in a barn with her sister. Every night we were sitting there in the barn, all winter. The mice were our company. We were counting how many were jumping over the straw. And it was Passover. And the last night of Passover, April 11th, my mother said to me, she heard rumors that the camps are full. They don't need anybody anymore.
We were talking about you hiding with your friend after your sister had been sent to Oberalsta. Pesach.
Last night of Passover, my mother says, stay indoors. All winter you are sleeping, hiding in the barn in that cold. I hear a rumor that they don't need anybody anymore, the camps are full. And so I listened to my mother like a good girl.
The labor camps.
Yeah. And in the middle of the night, banging on the door, yelling and screaming outside. And my mother opened the door and they took me. My sister's gone. My father stands there. My mother, they cannot protect him. The youngest child is taken away. There is nothing they can do. I'll never forget the look in my father's eyes. He came to be reunited with us, and now one by one is being taken away. The next day, they marched us to the station.
How many were you?
There must have been about 80 or 100, I don't really know. And the mothers were standing on the sidewalk to wave the last goodbyes, and some of them, most of them, would throw little parcels. My mother threw something at me and I picked it up. And when we came to a holding camp in a neighboring town, we opened it, what the parents gave us. So some mothers sent the kids acid, muriatic acid, with a little note. Pour it on your hands or your feet. Then when the doctor examines you, if you are capable of working, and he'll see all those burns, he'll send you home. My mother gave me a bottle of what we call here Tylenol or aspirin, called Togal at that time. I think the Germans still manufacture it. And she asked me in a little note to take it all at once. So if I go, the doctor examines me if I am capable of working and my heartbeat won't be regular. Or maybe I'll faint and he'll send me back. I had a decision to make. Do I obey my mother? Would I go ahead and go to camp? I was afraid to take the pills all at once. I wanted to live. And I was going to take my chances. I was 16. And wanting to live somehow was more important to me at that point than listening to my mother's advice. The first time that I didn't listen to her.
Did you ever see your father again after that?
Yes. So here I am. The girls that did obey their mothers or do what they asked them to do were sent back home. Because at that time they could still get more people. And it wasn't total annihilation yet. Remember, it was shortly after the 20th January Wannsee conference. They didn't have that machinery in place. So they did send them back because there was more to come. And I stayed. I wasn't sure that I made the right decision. I know now I made the right decision. Because in June of the same year, they deported the whole ghetto. And almost nobody survived.
Where were they deported to?
To Auschwitz. And all the young women that were with me, that were sent home, went directly to Auschwitz.
Where were you sent?
Well, you asked me if I saw my father. I got a note smuggled into this holding camp where they kept us.
What was the name of the holding
It was
camp?
in Sosnowiec, and it was a Durchgangslage, which means a holding camp in German. And I got a note smuggled in through someone that my father wants to see me, and he's going to be at such and such time on a roof across the street, because that used to be a factory in the middle of town, and that he would like to see me. And so I went to the window, which was with iron bars, and I saw him wildly waving to me, standing on the roof. I don't know if he saw me. You cannot see somebody in the darkness of a room. I saw him the last time. While we were there, we were asked to do clean up the place. They didn't provide maids for us. And I was asked to wash the floor in the corridor. And as Mother taught us, she said, if you want to have a maid, you have to know how to do things. That's how I was taught at home. And I got on my knees and I'm washing the floor, and suddenly I hear boots. And it's beyond description the fear that grabs you. You know that these boots belong to either a guard or to the commander of the camp. You don't know if you should continue to do your work, if you should work faster, if you should slow down, if you should get up. At this point, this moment lasts a lifetime, and you'll never forget that fear. And as these steps come closer, suddenly I see him stop right next to me. And you don't know if he's going to take a gun, shoot you, if he's going to kick you, beat you. You continue working like nothing is happening around you. And suddenly he says, you are a good worker, and walks away. I continued to wash the floor, and I came up with a scheme. I found out he was the commander of the camp, and I want to be together with my sister. And I went down where his office was, found out that too, knocked on the door, and he didn't know who was knocking, and he says, herein. And I walk in, and he sees me. I was surprised he didn't fall off the chair. A Jewess to come into his office. And so he barks at me, what do you want? And what are you doing here? I said, I wanted to ask you a favor. He looks at me, he says, are you the one that washed the floor yesterday? I said, yes. He says, what do you want? I said, I'd like to go to the camp where my sister is. I know where my sister is, and I want to be reunited with my sister. Where is she? And I tell him, Oberaltstadt. He says, you are stupid. You're such a good worker. I'm going to send you to a men's camp. You'll work in the kitchen, and you'll have food, and you won't work hard, and you'll have it much better than in a women's camp. In a women's camp, you'll work 7 days a week, and you will starve. You want to die just to be with your sister? I said, yes, we'll die together. I want to be with my sister.
Do you remember the name of the commandant?
His name was Novak.
An SS.
Oberscharführer Novak. And he was a murderer, and everybody feared him. But you see, if they were approached with a certain chutzpah, that was a gamble. But when you're 16 and you have nothing to lose, you just do whatever comes to your mind. So he says, okay, I see what I can do. And I said to him, my girlfriend is here too, and she has a sister there also. He says, get out of here. This was the friend that I was hiding with. She was caught at the same time. Now, next day, they lined us all up. It was like a slave market. And he was marching, and he says, 10 go here, 20 go there. And as he's walking in front of me, I said, excuse me, I ask you to be sent to my sister. Oh, yes, step out. I said, and my friends, too. looks at me, says, out. Now, you don't know what is on his mind. Is he going to shoot you for the chutzpah of him asking and bothering him? You don't know, but you don't care. You don't care. You take your chances. He counted up a few people, and lo and behold, we were sent to Sudetenland.
How were you transported there?
By train, with guards. So we arrived there in the evening. And I am, if you can call it happy in a time like this, I'm gratified that what I did worked and that I'm going to be united with my sister and that my parents are going to be happy that at least we are together. We arrive in a camp in the evening as the girls were coming from work. And I find out that I'm not in that camp where my sister is. And I can't describe my disappointment.
What was the name of the camp where you
We
found
came
yourself?
to a big camp called Parschnitz, also a spinning mill. The women just came from work and lined up for their food. There is a lot of dust in a spinning mill because you break the fiber of the flax. Today we call it marijuana. This is what we were working with. This is the fibers that they make linen. And there is so much dust that you covered, you gray. I see all these gray faces, their clothes, their hair, everything covered with the dust. And they stand with the little containers from metal for their food. And the Jewish girl, what we call Judenälteste, with a horsewhip, walking up and down the line. And if anyone was talking or not standing straight in line, she would beat them. This was my introduction to a camp. This is when I realized where I am and what was happening. This is where I realized that I'm no longer free, that I do not have a name, that I am a number, and I have no freedom to choose what I want to do, where I want to go. It was a sad day in my life.
Do you remember your number, Mrs. Freiberg?
No. I think after the war I was so determined to put it all behind me for the first few weeks that I just didn't bother to. I found out, as I said, I was a nosy kid, I was still nosy, that we're not staying, not all of us stay in this camp, that the next day there will be some women commandants coming from the surrounding areas to make an exchange. You see, this is very beginning. There were girls that got sick in the camps or had accidents in the factory and were sent back home. We were told they were sent back home. Whether they were sent home or in Auschwitz, I have no idea. We don't know. But they were sent back. And they were coming from the surrounding areas. So the next morning, when they started to arrive, I was looking for the commandant from the camp where my sister was. And I was asking them. She was my fluent German. I had a bit of an edge. And I found that commandant. And I said, I have a sister in your camp. She said, are you Gerda? I said, yes. How did you know my name? She said, because your sister told me that whenever I'm bringing some more women into the camp, I should look for you. She was sure that one day you'll show up, that there's no way that they will leave you stay at home with your parents. Why would she have even the nerve to ask her to look for me? This was a peasant woman that, because being a Nazi, got this position and the commandant in the camp. Never in her life did she have a manicure, but my sister was a hairdresser. And she was doing a manicure, and while she was doing this, she asked her to look for me.
You say she was a peasant. She was a German peasant?
German, yeah, German woman, of course, a German woman, Nazi, who got this position. I don't remember her name anymore. I don't remember her name anymore. And so I found myself in my sister's camp, and of course my friend as well.
Was it a fenced camp?
And when I arrived, there was only 90 women, and we were still living in the factory. We slept on bunk beds and in the factory. We never left the factory. But then as we arrived, the owner of the factory was made to build barracks and a fenced-in camp with barbed wire. And right after, it became no longer a labor camp, but a concentration camp.
What was the name of the owner of the factory?
Ignaz Ettrich. And so now we moved from the factory to the camp, which was about 2 kilometers or so from the factory, because he built that camp on the edge of a reservoir. And so we walked to work and from work every day.
What were the barracks like?
They were from wooden barracks, not heated. There was no stove or any heating in them. There was no running water in the barracks. There were no washrooms there. There was one barrack that had a pipe with a lot of faucets into one trough, and there was a lot of girls could wash their hands, and there were no showers or anything like that. And the same for the toilets. There were no single toilets. It was toilets like for a number of women at the same time. And at night or so, you just had to go out in the winter, and at night, if you had to go, you had to go. In 3 years that I was there, we never had warm water. We never got a piece of soap or a toothpaste. We never think of these things. People say they were in camp, but we don't think of what we were deprived of.
Who supervised the camp?
Well, this commander, and then we had what we called a Judenälteste. And then there were guards that would march with us to work and watch us at work, but we were supervised by the German foreman in the factory while we were working. That had nothing to do. You see, the owner of the factory paid the SS for the slave laborers. He was responsible for our lodging. He was responsible for our food. All the costs incurred, he was responsible for, and he paid the wages to the SS. That was the agreement that they had.
And there were only women in this
These
camp?
were only women, and the camp was a satellite of the camp Groß-Rosen. And all around the area, there were other small camps, all spinning mills, because this was the yarns were needed for tents and uniforms. So it was a war-related industry at the time. And of course, they would assign you where you were working. You did not have a choice. But I guess that the foreman would watch you and see more or less how you work and where you work. And it was always the fear of them thinking that you sabotage. There was always the fear. So you were trying to put out as much as possible. If that thread that went to the machine, and I worked on a machine with 120 spools, the largest machine on the floor. And when they were breaking all the time, so you were hurrying up to tie it up, because all the spools had to be the same size. So you rushed to have it, because if they would see that one spool isn't turning, they would immediately beat you up, because they would think that you sabotaged it. So this thread was always hanging over your head. And the machines were getting old. They were machines from Great Britain. Because there was a war, they got no parts. And any time a machine broke, they accused us of sabotage. So I started to repair my own machine. Anytime something went wrong with it, whatever I could do to make it go again, I would do it. And I always try to prevent the machine from breaking. I knew what caused the breaks, and I found out what caused the breakup, so I would prevent it. They weren't stupid, they noticed it. They knew exactly what I was doing.
What happened to those girls whose parts broke down and were accused of sabotage?
They were beaten up right in the factory. The food was taken away from them for a day or two. They had ways of punishing. They cut their hair, shaved their heads, because at that time we did not have shaved heads. We also did not have striped uniforms. We were wearing our clothes. Whatever we came in, that's what we wore every day. And so they very quickly realized that I am very handy with mechanically inclined. And because all the men were in the war, they only had old men in their machine shop, and they began to make their own parts. So they put me in the machine shop, and I started to work on a lathe under supervision and making parts.
The only woman there?
No women at all. I was the only one, and I was the only Jewish slave working in that machine shop.
So the other workers were the local
They
German,
were Czech, because again Sudeten is like Silesia. Sudeten was German and Czech, and I was the only one that worked there. Of course, I did not have an SS guard because it was too expensive. And where am I going to run? We plotted an escape for years, my sister and I, but we couldn't leave my mother behind. It was difficult for 3 people to escape.
When did your mother arrive?
Oh, that's another story.
Tell us.
A year later. So we always plotted an escape, but it was not easy. So the closest to what we could do is we decided that I wanted my mother to know where I am and that we are together. And because of something that happened in the factory, they did not allow us the monthly letter that we were allowed to write. So I came up with an idea that I will write to Berlin, where my aunt still was. See, the Jews in Berlin stayed quite a long time there. They were the last ones to go because they did not like this publicity, because there they really were in Germany. So they dealt with the German Jews in the big cities last. My aunt still was home in Berlin. And so I cleaned a machine for a Czech woman, and I asked her for a stamp. And that's what she did. She gave me a stamp, and I wrote a letter, addressed it to my aunt in Berlin. And now, foolishly, I was going to mail this letter myself. And so I figured out, when I go from the night shift in the dark and there is no moonlight, I will go last in the column. And when the SS guard moves up to see if everybody marches, as she leaves the end of the column, I'll run across, mail the letter. And I was walking around with that letter for a number of days, till one day I had the opportunity to do so. Only that the next day, the commander of the camp calls me into her office and shows me the letter. What happened? The guy that was working in the post office, a Nazi, saw an address that he has never seen in that village. Berlin, Schindler. It was my mother's sister, Rose Schindler. She lived in Berlin. It was strange to him that the address did not have a sender. It was just an address where it was going. So he figured out it must be from camp. He took that letter, which is amazing, because a letter once mailed does not belong to anyone. It belongs to the state. It is the property of the post office. He brought it back to camp and showed it to the commander. They opened the letter, and she read it, and she knew it was my letter. And she called me and showed me the letter. And all I wrote in that letter was to my aunt that I cannot write to my mother, but I know that she's worried. So she took that letter and took that Judenälteste with her and went to the city the SS headquarters and said to the commander there, to the Oberscharführer, that she has somebody in her camp that has stepped out of bound and that she'd like him to send her away to Auschwitz. So this commander says, so what should she do? And she said, well, she sent a letter. He says, show me the letter. He reads that letter. The reason I know the story is because the Judenälteste was with her, and that she told me what happened. He says to her, woman, what do you want to do to this child? All she wants is for her mother to know that she is alive. Is that a crime? For this you want to send her to Auschwitz. Go back to your camp. And I only know it because the Judenälteste was with it. So here you have a peculiar situation. An NS officer, a Nazi, a second time is acting humanely. So if we say that they were crazy or they were deranged to do what they did to the Jews, it's very difficult to say this. They were human. The only thing was they followed the orders of a vicious leadership. But deep inside, some of them had some humanity left. And I think that this SS man maybe had a son on the front, and maybe he didn't hear from him, and maybe he was waiting for a letter. And maybe that's why I'm alive. You never know. And so that was my episode with sending a letter to my mother.
While you were working in the factory and you had contact, was there any rumors that came through these non-Jewish local Czechs, Polish, about the war, what was happening to the Jews in the other camps, the extermination camps?
Well, we knew that there was other camp. But let me tell you first, so we don't lose the continuity of the story. While I was in camp, my sister was in camp, in June of 1942, they deported the whole ghetto of Jaworzno. My mother found herself with my father and with her in-laws, with my grandmother and her husband, on the truck to be shipped to Auschwitz. By coincidence, with the parents of my friends, with the two girls that we were together. And while waiting for the convoy to move, the mother of my friend said to my mother, I hope we all survive, but in case I don't, would you be a mother to my children? And if you wouldn't survive, and I do, I will do the same for you. Among the screams and cries, mothers looking for the children, babies being tossed around, people being beaten, old people not being able to get on those trucks, in that whole confusion, in that whole tragedy that was unfolding, it got a little dark. They came to an end. My mother pushed my father off the truck, she jumped after him, and they ran away and hid in the Jewish cemetery. The convoys left.
Near where they were in Jaworzno?
In Jaworzno. The convoy left with the people, with my father's mother. He left her behind. These were situations, these were decisions that Jews had to make. He left his mother behind and jumped with his wife to save his life, to maybe be together reunited with his children. And so his mother went with the transport to Auschwitz. That was the only destination at the time. And he hid with his wife in the cemetery, only to be found 2 days later by the Jewish police. It was raining while they were out there, And they were picked up by the police. They found them. They were searching all the homes and everywhere where Jews possibly could have hid.
We were talking about your parents hiding in the cemetery, and they were discovered by the Judenrat. What happened
When
after
they were
that?
discovered by the Jewish police, my mother asked them if they would take them home first because they were soaked, it was raining, and she'd like to change. And so they agreed. And they went back to her room. At that time she was already living somewhere else. And when she came, they walked in with her into the room, and she says, would you mind waiting outside? I only have a room, one room, and I cannot undress when you are present. And they said, okay. And so they walked out of the room. She asked my father to move the coat hangers in the cupboard while she opened the window, and they both jumped out while the guys were standing behind the door. So when they entered, they both were gone. And so they ran away to a neighboring town. But that town was already empty of Jews, and they had nowhere to go. They had nowhere to stay. And so my father was discovered, and they took him away. He was taken by the Nazis, and he was terribly beaten up. She saw him in the police station, but they sent him away to a concentration camp.
Do you know the name of this town?
She was in Modjejov. And so my mother was left alone. She knew where we were.
She had received your letter.
Because I found other ways. I don't give up. I never did. I never will. And so she was terribly lonely, scared, alone. She knew where we were. There's no point in her hanging around, sleeping and under the stairs in hallways. She knew my story because through somebody, I sent a letter. I got smarter after what happened. And she knew my story, how I got to my sister's camp. So she went, took a few things together, her parents' photos in a little suitcase that my father had from 1914. And she went to Sosnowiec, to the same holding camp, to the Durchgangslager where I was held, asked the guard to let her in, and walked down straight to the office of the commander and said, I would like you, I came here on my own will, and I would ask you to send me to be with my children. They are in concentration camp in Oberalstadt in Sudetenland. He says, just a moment. When was it? She said, about a year ago. Oh, he says, I remember. He took a Nazi guard, an SS guard, put her on a train, and sent her to Oberalstadt. We, of course, not knowing anything where our parents are, thought that they were all deported, because these rumors came back because the young people were sent to work and the old people went right to the gas chambers. So we knew what happened to the ghettos, not knowing whether our parents were the young or the old. We were getting ready to go to camp on a Saturday afternoon after work when we were all lined up, and we were always being counted. And I see on the bridge across an SS guard with a woman with a little suitcase. And as they came closer, I cried out to my sister, Hannah, this is our mother. And this was the last time I called her mother. She was the only mother in camp, and I could not put, how many were we then? About 800 by then. The camp grew to 800. I could not have 800 girls hear me call my mother when they did not have a mother. And so that's how we were united. February 42, April 42, April 43. We still don't know where my father is. One night we walk after the night shift from work to the camp. A man is going by bike up and down, up and down again. We come to camp. A girl comes over and she says, Gerda, I have a letter for you. A letter? Did you see the man on the bicycle? Yeah. He says, whenever the guard wasn't near, he says, are the Steinitz girls in this camp? And so I said, yes, I have a letter from their father. My father sent this man from that factory where he worked in Oberlangenbielau, which was not very far from our camp. He wanted us to know that he is alive. And we were getting mail now and then, and we were writing to him the same way. We knew that he was alive. He knew that we are alive. And the last birthday gift that I got was in 1944 in October, when he had somebody to make a little signature ring from metal in the factory machine shop. And he sent in that letter that little ring for me.
Do you still have that ring?
Mm-hmm. I have the ring. That's a priceless possession. And so we at least knew he was alive.
To get back to my question, we were talking about you working in the factory.
Right.
You were working with men.
Yeah.
Local Czech, German laborers.
Right. Not only this, but in the same factory we had prisoners of war that were volunteers from South Africa working in the same factory. And they were delivering machine parts, and they were doing all kind of work. They would come in the machine shop. One in particular took interest in me, and he would drop a note, and I would very quickly step on that note. And he would ask me if we need anything, and how can they help. I was the link between the camp and the prisoners of war. And I would tell him that we don't have medicine, that we have typhoid fever in camp, and that we need cigarettes in order to buy medication, that we need tea to stop the diarrhea. And they were receiving Red Cross parcels. So I would drop something when he walked by. And this is how we communicated. Of course, if I would have been caught, I wouldn't be here telling you the story. The first 3 that was in our camp, I would be hung in the presence of everyone.
Were there other women hung in the camp?
They removed them, and we never knew what happened to them till after the war, when I found a mass grave. One day, and he was leaving things for me in the blacksmith shop, because on Saturday I was the only one that worked, and he volunteered to work on Saturday, and I would go in there, and we had a space where he hid it and I would take it, and so I would have some cigarettes to get medicine. I was able to save the life of my very best friend who was dying. Dr. Mengele came to our camp to inspect. He went into the sick room and he saw the people there, and he saw my friend, and he says, next time I come, I don't want to see her anymore. Get rid of her. She's taking up space and she's eating food.
What would they do with people who had gone beyond?
They disappeared.
Medicine.
We don't know. So I practically saved her life by getting her the black tea to stop her diarrhea, to exchange cigarettes for medication. Germans didn't have cigarettes. The prisoners got it from outside, from Switzerland. But this was all in risking my life doing it. But the most precious thing that he left for me was a map of Europe. And I took it and I hid it in camp. And every so often he would drop me a little note where the armies were. Now, if that they would have caught, I didn't need a judge and jury. My fate would have been sealed. And I would make marks on the map. We knew exactly where the armies were. And they were giving us encouragement. They had a clandestine radio in their camp. And so we knew. Well, later on, we didn't need even them to tell us that the airplanes that were bombing Dresden, Magdeburg, and so on were flying over our camps in the broad daylight.
I wanted to ask you, in this camp, there were only women. There were local men laborers and there were prisoners of war.
Yeah.
Is there any opportunity for the men and the women to fraternize?
The men were not, first of all, they were or German or Czech. Some were Polish workers, some were Ukrainians. There were guards all around us. We were only allowed to speak to the foremen regarding our work. If we needed more material or if we needed some oil to oil the machine or any tool or anything, we could talk to the foreman, but not to the people. Even when we worked with another woman at the machine, when there were machines that two people worked, we were not allowed to work. Some Czech women took pity on us and they would bring, remember we were there 3 years, so that already you don't become a stranger. It's not that they brought us in one day and the next day we moved on. This was my luck. Although I was taken to camp so early when most young people were still home, where people in Hungary lived a normal life, if you can call it normal, I was already in camp. But then I was spared to go through Auschwitz or be shifted from one camp to another. So this is what was, the good part of it. The Czech women would sometimes leave some food, piece of bread, for us in a corner or somewhere.
So as far as you know, you were not aware of any sexual fraternization between the camp inmates
not at all.
And the German
not at
soldiers?
All. We lived in constant fear of being raped by the guards because apparently there were some cases. I only heard about it after the war because I was considered, first of all, German again among the Polish Jewish girls. Secondly, I was considered child, stupid, you don't tell things like this. I found out after the war that a baby was born in our camp, and I didn't know that.
That's what I was leading up to ask you.
A woman came, very young woman came, married, was separated from her husband. When she came, nobody could tell she was pregnant, and the baby was born in our camp. And we had a nurse there that was also a prisoner, delivered the baby and smothered it. But I didn't know that while I was in camp. I found out after the war. I wasn't told these things. I was, number one, too young, too.
With your permission, I'd like to ask you another personal question. Many of the labor camps, the women inmates said that their menstruation stopped.
Mine, I could have had a baby.
Was this the case?
Yes.
At Oberhausen?
I heard it was strange. The menstruation stopped, and we wondered how this is possible. Not all, some. I heard after the war, much later, that they put something in our food. I don't know if this is possible. I don't know if it's true, but it might have been malnutrition. Your whole system stopped working. You got so little food that the whole system stopped working. And many times they deprived you of the food that you were supposed to get, no matter what happened. We had a case where a girl ran away. She ran away somehow. She communicated with some Czech person, and they promised to hide her. And she disappeared. And so we were all, when we came back from work, it was early in February, we were all lined up, and there was like a square in the camp, where we always were counted. In the morning when we left, we were counted. When we came back, we were counted. This was an obsession with them. Before we got our food, we were counted. We had a girl that had epilepsy. And when she got an attack, we would hold her up so they wouldn't know, because she would have disappeared the same day. And whenever she got an attack, two girls on both sides would hold her up so they could count their heads. So we came back from work and they made us line up and they were counting and one was missing. And then they wanted to know where she is, and they thought we know about it, that it's a conspiracy. We did not get our food that evening, and we had to stand there all night. We stood all night because they told us that if they don't find her, the commander, the SS commander, came out. And by the way, he was the right hand of the commander of Płaszów. He was sent from Płaszów after the Soviets have liberated the camp. The SS guards were sent deeper into Germany so they wouldn't be out of work.
What was his name?
His name, he was an Unterscharführer of the SS, and his name was Franz Simolene, and he ran our camp.
He was transferred to your camp?
From Płaszów.
When?
In 1943, it was already 44, in 1944, yeah. You know, when you were in camp, you didn't know dates, time, every day was the same. You just know the sun went down, so the day was finished. And what we did know in camp is when our holidays came. We always counted by the moon. There were some very Orthodox girls in our camp, and they made sure that we had a calendar. And we made sure that we knew when the different holidays came. We would go down when the SS went to sleep and the lights went out. We went down from our bunk beds, and whoever remembered the prayers, we would have a little ceremony, a little service. And then we finished by whispering the Hatikva. Until today, when I hear the Hatikva, I see myself standing in the dark and singing it in a whisper. Till today. Other people sing and I cry. Over 50 years later. That's what it means to me. So we only knew that for Jewish holidays, when Passover came, the Orthodox girl would start bartering. They would give bread and take our potatoes. They would not touch bread. And they never ate the meat. Even that little food that we got, they would give you some piece of the meat for a piece of bread. So there we were standing all night. And he came out and he said, tomorrow morning, if we don't find her, we are now looking for her, I will deal with it. The morning came. Remember, this is February. We don't have a coat. We don't have shoes. We just have our feet wrapped around in straw. We take the flax from the factory. We did not get food that evening. Comes. He's going to choose 10 girls, and every hour he will shoot one till they find the one that disappeared. And among the 10 was my sister and I. So there we were. By now there were 1,000 women in the camp already. And the 10 of us stand. And he walks in front of us and he say, how old are you? 18. Well, he says, nice to be 18, but you'll never live to be 19 because you're going to be the second to be shot. You have about 2 hours to live. Again, I don't know what happened. I only know that the woman commander came, and I think they had some kind of a romance going there, the two of them. That were the rumors in camp. I was too young. I was a child growing up. I never had a chance to grow up and mature. I might have been 18, but I was still 14. But there were rumors that there was something going on between them, and she spoke to him, and then she left, and he said, okay, I let everybody go, and the 10 of you stay here. So now we think that he's going to shoot us all at once. Can't even tell you what the thoughts we had. I only thought of my mother. I was glad he sent everybody into the barracks, that she wouldn't witness it. It was better to die then than later. It didn't matter. Then he suddenly said, I'm going to count till 10. And when I count to 10, I don't want to see any one of you out here. You can run to the barrack. Anyone who is left outside is shot. He took out the pistol, and he makes it ready, whatever you do with a pistol. And he starts counting. And we start running on that ice and on that snow and trying to get on the stairs into the barrack and pushing in through that narrow door. You only think of yourself. I want to live. Not my friend. Not the girl behind me or in front of me. I want to be through that door and save my life. Something you'd never do in normal circumstances. What I'm trying to say is, this is the way they dehumanized us, that we didn't care about our fellow prisoners, that suddenly, in that moment, you cared about yourself. That explains it all. That explains how people behaved in a time like this. How many people are being accused of working with the Nazis or for the Nazis. But if a man had a family at home and thought that this will save his family, in a time like this, you've got to be in his shoes. And you can never be in his shoes unless you were there. And you can never sit in judgment. And that moment when I tried to get through that door before any of my fellow prisoners, I understood what they did to us. These were the episodes in camp. And there were many of them like this. There were times where we were standing all night, and in the morning the guard would come, and the guys would kiss the girls there in front of us. Don't know what they had in mind, didn't bother me. I didn't know what I was supposed to feel when they did it, but they were older girls. They were married women, they were young women. And they would take out a sandwich and take one bite, throw it in the mud and stamp it out with their feet. We would kill for a piece of bread. The orders did not come from Berlin to do this. So I cannot buy the excuse that the Nazis worked on orders from the authorities. These were individuals' decisions. They did not need to do this. We lived, if you can call it life, with the hope and with a prayer. We could not give up faith. We had nothing else left. And we couldn't give up hope, for no one can live without hope. We saw outside the camp the young people walking hand in hand, boy and girl, families walking with their children, and thinking of, where are our families? I was lucky. I had a sister, I had a mother. My friends were not that lucky. In the whole camp, there were 7 pair of sisters among 1,000 women, and 1 mother.
How long did you remain there at Oberallstadt?
I was 3 years in camp. The last days we were taken. The factory had no raw material anymore, and we couldn't work anymore. And they're not going to feed us if we don't work. So they took us out, marched us outside the town to dig trenches, that when the tanks roll in, because we could already hear we could hear already the guns day and night. We knew it's over. And the planes were flying over. And they would herd us into one room because they said that we would give them signals that to bomb the factory, you see. And you were always afraid that they will accuse you of it. You always lived in fear. You lived in fear of the men who would beat you. You see, women had different experiences in camp. Women were beaten by men. Women were afraid to be raped. Women were in camp, the young married women, mothers, their children were torn away from them. And there they saw German children walking with their families. Women had been put to work in places where men couldn't work, that it was too difficult for men. It was a very different experience to be a woman prisoner than it was a man prisoner. I'm not minimizing the men's experiences, but there was a difference.
No doubt.
We were taken to dig the trenches, so the tanks come that they should at least hold them back, because of course the Germans didn't even have anything anymore to keep them back. And we were walking, and it was already May, and it was raining, and it's in the mountains, and it's cold, and we only have that one coat, and it's soaked, and there is nowhere to dry that wet clothes. You put it on in the morning again as you took it off in the evening, and you're marching in the column there, and they give you the shovel, and they're walking with the dogs, and you don't dare to even look up. And one day we hear planes overhead, and we look up. Looks like it's snowing. And as it comes closer down, we realize these were flyers, pieces of paper. Immediately the orders from the guards that if you dare to pick one up, they shoot you. Well, they cannot control 1,000 women and all the paper that was come down. As one piece of paper came close by me, I put a shovel of dirt on top of it and continued working. And when I picked it up later and took it to camp and read it, it was a message for us. Hold on. We are coming to liberate you. And I can only think of the pilot who flew over enemy territory to give us the greatest gift of all. He gave us hope. There was no hope, but he gave us hope. Hold on. I don't know if we return safely home, but I'll always be grateful. On May 8, they called us out again for an assembly, and we got a whole speech that yes, the war is coming to an end, and yes, the Allied are winning the war, but that doesn't mean that we will be free, because the camp is rigged with dynamite, and they will blow us up. And
was this the commandant?
Right. And the camp is being blown up before the Allied march in. So we should not celebrate yet. As a matter of fact, again, as I said, Jewish humor in the most difficult time. The woman commandant said, well, even if you manage to stay alive, if the Russians come, they will rape you. And one of the girls said, so when are they coming? This is what you needed to survive that moment.
Mr. Freiberg, we were talking about the last few days before liberation.
Well, on the 8th, as they assembled us and they told us they're going to blow us up, we then went back to our barracks. No one slept. We were wondering what time that barrack will go up in flames or whatever happens when you blow something up. No one slept, no one talked. We came so close, and now that would be the end. It wasn't so difficult for us to be ready to die while the war was on. But now, having lived through all that horror, now we want to live. In the morning we woke up, it was quiet all night. We look out the window and there's no one in the barracks where the SS used to be. No one was yelling and screaming to get up, to go to work. It was quiet, an eerie silence. We were afraid to walk out of the barracks. We thought any minute the barracks go off. The dynamite goes off. And so we sat there. All of a sudden we heard footsteps of soldiers. Now we didn't know what to make out of it. And they were our friends, the prisoners of war, marched to the camp, cut through the barbed wire, walked in and said, "Girls, you are free." This was the moment we were waiting for so many years, hoping and praying for. And we had such beautiful illusions what will happen. The Americans will take us to Bremerhaven, put us on ships, and we'll go to this wonderful country called America and we'll start a new life. We never even thought that we are alone. Now, when they said to us, "You're free," it all suddenly, the realization of where we are and who we are came. Everybody walked around, no one spoke. There was silence in camp and everybody deep in their thoughts. Where are our parents? Are they alive? The brothers, the cousins, the family. We are free. Free to do what? To go where and with whom? No education, no parents, no family, no home, no money, no country that wants us. What do we do? Children that grew old in camp in years, but never made a decision. We never decided where we want to work, what time we want to go up, what we want to eat, what we're going to wear. And now we are free. We'll have to learn to trust humanity again, to begin a new life, but where and how?
Was there no liberating army that came into
The
the
Soviets rolled in with their tanks in the evening. The reason why they were held up till the 9th of May is because they couldn't decide who's going to take this town. All of Europe was liberated. We were the last ones. So the Soviets rolled in, and we heard the noise. We didn't know what it was, the tanks rolling on the pavement. We ran through the factory ground and pulled off all the tulips and all the spring flowers that grew in the garden and were throwing at the soldiers. And all of a sudden there was one in an armored car with a red hat and probably a very high officer, had all kind of stars. And he jumped off that armored car and he said, "Yevrei? Are you Jewish?" We said, "Yes." And he started speaking Yiddish and told us, "Where is your camp?" And so we said, "Come with us." And we came to the camp with his armored car. And he stood on that car and he says, "You are free now, but I beg you, don't tell my soldiers where the camp is. These are men that were now in the war for so long. They will rape any woman they see." "Oh, well, but we are Jewish. We are the victims. We're not Germans." He says, "I can't guarantee you safety." And so we all retreated back in the barracks, closed the doors, moved the bunk beds to the doors and to the windows and sat there. The same night, somebody tried to get in and kicked in the door, couldn't move it. And 45 women in one room started to scream, and he started to run away. The reason that we screamed that we didn't know if the guy is inside or out, and there were 2-3 people in one bed. And if your friend happened to have your hand on you or near you, you didn't know who it was in that moment. You thought we were full of Russians in our room. Well, we screamed so much that they ran away. But we came up with an idea. We found a piece of paper and some pencils in the SS guards' offices, and we wrote typhoid fever and put it on every door. And the next night when they came, they ran away, and that saved us. This is why I say women's experiences are different than those of men. Here were the liberators when they liberated Asse camps, Buchenwald and Bergen-Belsen. The Americans and the British rolled in with the truck, with the food and with the medication and with the doctors. We had to hide, afraid to be raped. That was our liberation. We were afraid to go back home. We stayed in the camp for days, and then in groups. We didn't know anyone is alive. We thought we were the only ones that survived, till one young man came from a neighboring town, Jewish man, and says, I come from a concentration camp. And so many men survived in our camp. And so he told us, go home, but go in groups, you'll be safe. We then asked the owner of the factory, who was the biggest Nazi you can imagine, but was so scared of us that we asked him to give us a piece of paper that we worked in the factory, and I do have that piece of paper. And this was what we had with us. That was our identification. And in groups we got whatever moved, whether it was a train, but the bridges were blown up. We'd come to the bridge, that was it. We'd get on a boat, whatever moved, we got on it, just to get home. We arrived in a Czech town called Pardubice, when my sister wasn't feeling well. And so we went to the Red Cross station. And they realized that she had typhoid fever, and they arrested her. The police came, arrested her. They didn't want to spread the illness, and took her to the hospital. We had nowhere to stay, and my mother said, well, she's in the hospital, taken care of, and we were gone. By the way, we were the only 3 people in the room of 45 that didn't have typhoid fever during the war. There was someone that was really, really taking care of us. And if children ask me if I still believe on God, I have all kind of answers. Every episode where my life was spared is another reason why I still believe in God. So my sister stayed behind in the hospital. My mother and I went back home. Because when my father left, he says, this is where we meet. If we have to crawl, wherever we are, if we are separated, no matter how long it takes us, this is where we meet. And so that's where we went. And we came by train, the last part of our journey.
How long did it take you to get there?
I don't remember. Time had no... In the process, we were on a platform on a train, and I had a bundle of letters from my father and a pair of shoes in which I came to camp. And I didn't wear those shoes. I didn't dare to wear them because I wanted a pair of shoes when I be liberated. How strong was my belief in being liberated and survive that I wouldn't wear the shoes. I put straw around my feet. And here I had those shoes wrapped around on the laces and the bundle with my father's letters, and I fell asleep on that platform, and a Russian soldier cut off the string, and he threw away my precious, precious letters from my father that he wrote from camp, and my shoes, the only pair I had. And
what did that feel like when you discovered that?
We lost, now I lost everything. But we still were hoping that my father will meet us at home.
In Bielschowitz?
Right. And we arrived in Bielschowitz on the station. And I said, everybody knew us. And the station master says, my God, you're alive. And I said, did my father come back? And he says, I didn't see him. At that point, my mother said, he will not come back. He would have been the first one. We went back to our home. The people lived in our house. And that woman said, I'm going to my parents. This is your place. Her furniture was there, but she says, this is your home now. I'll go and stay with my mother, with my husband. So that shows you that there were nice people in the town and what they thought of us. And so we stayed there, waited till my sister came back 2 weeks later. So she got better, they released her and she came. My father never returned, and my mother just didn't get out of bed. She just didn't want to live. So I called a friend of my father's who was a doctor in a town. He went to school with him and called me out and he says, leave this place. She will not live. She doesn't want to live. She can't live here. And so my sister found a place in Lower Silesia called Reichenbach. And there were a lot of survivors, young men, young women. And she says, you know, they have places where they threw out the Germans of their homes, and there are young people there, let's go there. So we packed, we didn't have much, but whatever we had, we left. And we went to this town and we got a place to live. And I worked for the Russian army. I was sewing uniforms.
At any point did you think of going to a DP camp?
We didn't know about them. What we did plan is to go to Palestine. And we planned to go because we couldn't go legally. I was by then 19 years old. And we couldn't go legally, so we decided, a bunch of us, some young men, and my mother went reluctantly, but she followed us. She kind of got caught in that storm. We'll go through Bratislava, through Czechoslovakia, down to Hungary, Turkey, wherever the road takes us. We can't go to the Mediterranean. How are we going to get on the boat? That's how we're going to go. We crossed 7 borders illegally, and that's an odyssey in itself. I was caught. I jumped off the train. Then I jumped on a train again. My mother and my sister in the group continued. They got off the train. We met up again. 7 borders we crossed. And we arrived in Bratislava. We arrived in Bratislava Erev Rosh Hashanah. And we were looking for a Jewish committee or organization that would tell us where to go, what to do, where to sleep. So we found out from the Czechs that there is a school, a Jewish school. You see, they were liberated so much earlier. Life was normal already. So we went to the school building and we sat down on the stairs of the school, but it was locked, it was closed. It was Erev Rosh Hashanah. And all of a sudden we see the women running with the challahs and with the cake to the bakeries, because in Europe you make the challah and you go to the bakery to bake it. They don't have ovens at home. And they ran with the challahs and they ran back from the bakery with the challahs. And then the men ran to the mikvah and they ran back from the mikvah. It's almost Erev Yontif and no one stops to ask, who are you? Why are you sitting here? Are you Jewish? What are you going? It's Yontif. Where are you going? Nobody bothered to ask.
The 3 of you were together, your sister, your mother, and you.
Right, and a few other people with us, and we sat there. So we decided to go to the Red Cross, and they put us up in a school. And wouldn't you know, middle of the night, Russian soldiers came into the classroom. My mother, my sister, and I, we threw a bench at them. It's the story of my life. And we realized there is no point. If we can't even be safe as women in Bratislava, in a cultured country, how are we going to get through Turkey or in Lebanon to get to Palestine? This is a hopeless mission. And my mother, my sister, and I decided to turn back.
And go where? Back to Bilchovitz?
No. We've heard that the Allied have set up camps for Holocaust survivors. But my mother still was not ready to go to a camp again, but she knew all these resorts, Austria and around there, because the family was always going to these resorts. In Czechoslovakia to Karlsbad, Marienbad, and Bad Gastein in Austria and so on. And so she was hoping, she says, you know, we're going to go to these places, we'll we'll settle there and see what we're going to do. My sister was a hairdresser. I knew how to sew. We spoke the language. We'll start a new life, see what we can do. We stopped in a town. We went from door to door, from hotel to hotel. Either they didn't have anything or they realized we are Jews and didn't want to let us have anything. We didn't exactly look like them. So we went to the police station. We said, we are Jewish, we are survivors, and we were hoping for some sympathy. So he says, the only place I can put you in the jail. You have some beds in the jail. You want to sleep in the jail? Well, thank you very much. I was 3 years locked up. I have to go behind bars again. We went back to the station. We jumped into a coal car, and wherever the train went, all night, back and forth, we arrived in Munich. We jumped out of the train. We all looked at each other. We looked like chimney sweeps. We ran up, climbed up on the locomotive. When the locomotive was taking water, because there were the steam engines, we were washing up in that water that was going into the locomotive. We couldn't show ourselves anywhere, like looking the way we did. As we walk out of the train station, we had a password. Survivors, when they met, and it was not hard to recognize them. We say, Amchu, Amcha, are you my people? And so that's what we did. People that we kind of thought were survivors, Amchu. Yes. What we do, where do we go? Oh, go to the German Museum in Munich. There they will register you as a survivor, and they will send you to a DP camp. So one of them said, tell them you have a cousin in Landsberg. This is the best camp. So that's what we did. We lied. We said we had a cousin in Landsberg. We just found out he's alive, and we can't wait to meet. We have nobody else.
How long had this journey backwards and forwards taken?
It was now Erev Yom Kippur when we arrived in that camp in Landsberg.
1945.
1945, Erev Yom Kippur. 3 women arrive. We go to they also had like a police in that camp, but was a different, now we're talking about different situation. So we went to the so-called police or committee, whatever you want to call it. And there was a very nice gentleman who was in charge. And we said that we are alone and we don't know where to go. And he called up one of the so-called policemen. He says, hey, your sister lives in one room, you live in another, you better move in with your sister. These people need a roof over their heads. And he says, but I need a room. He says, just for a few days till we find something for them. Well, P.S., we never moved out of that room, and he found something else, and we had a roof over our head. Now we were in a DP camp.
Did you have any work to do there at the
No,
DP
in
camp?
the DP camp, that was American zone. Now we didn't have to worry about the Russians raping us. The food was coming from the United Nations, from UNRWA. Clothing was being sent from the States. Unfortunately, the Americans didn't realize who they sending clothes for. They were shoes size AAA, what they couldn't sell in the stores they sent for the refugees. We got nothing but tuna. I never heard of tuna, but I guess it was the cheapest. But we were glad that we had food now. There was a kitchen set up, and we could eat there, or we could take the soup in our room. And basically, you did not have to work. You were provided for, but you were waiting for an opportunity to go to a country to where you can start a new life. There were reunions, people found each other, husband and wives found each other. There were many tragedies where husband didn't know the wife was alive and remarried, and suddenly he had 2 wives.
Was there any representation from the Israeli government, Jewish communities?
Well, it was interesting. There was a committee set up in Munich. I do not recall, even if we go back to the camp when we were liberated, there wasn't a doctor that would come and visit the camp. Can we help you? Can we do something for you? There wasn't a priest, a local priest. I don't care what religion you are. If you believe in God, you're there to comfort people in need. We were on our own. No one brought us food. No one brought us medication. No one took the sick and took them into a hospital. We were on our own. And here we were in a DP camp. They set up a hospital in that camp. The young people found mates, got married. There was no one to stand with them under the chuppah, and there was no mother to take them, and father to give them away.
Mrs. Freiberg, when was the first time after the war that you heard about the mass murders, the gas chambers?
When we found survivors in Reichenbach.
That was the first time
Because,
you heard about...
Right, because mostly the young men that survived have come through Auschwitz, some through Bergen-Belsen didn't come that far down, but Buchenwald, the Aze camps, Flossenburg, all these Aze Gleiwitz, all the Aze camps, Płaszów and so on. So that's where we heard of the mass murder. While we were in camp, we didn't really know what was happening. We found out after the war. We were isolated. The only time that we found out that people were deported was when people that were deported, let's say, to Auschwitz were separated from their parents and taken to concentration camp. But they also didn't know what happened to their parents. They just knew that they were separated from them. Some knew, because I hear that when they arrived in Auschwitz, they were told, you see the chimney, that's where you're going out in a few hours, through the chimney. So some knew, but it wasn't really well known. That took years to find out all that was happening.
How long did you remain in Landsberg?
In Landsberg, I stayed 4 years. Still did not give up hope that my father will not find us. We put, as we were going from town to town, and we only could get food from Red Cross, as we were going home and coming back, wherever was a Red Cross station, we would go and ask for food, and that's what we would get. And as we were there, we would sign our name on the wall. And as the survivors signed their names, and before long the walls were filled with names. And we're always looking, maybe my father passed by, and maybe his name is on the wall. And maybe someone from my family, anybody, a cousin, an uncle, an aunt, or anyone. 172 people my mother counted in my family, in the extended family. Nobody survived. My sister, my mother, myself.
Where did you go after the DP camp?
Well, I was there 4 years. I could not go anywhere because I did not have relatives in the States. My family was well-to-do and they didn't have need to leave. When they wanted to leave, it was too late. My mother went as far as writing to President Truman and telling him that because my father had not survived and he was a German citizen being born in Breslau, we are now penalized because we are now categorized as Polish citizens. Because when I was born, my sister was born, we were Poles. But if my father would have survived, we would have been Germans and we would have been put on a German quota. Well, we never heard from Truman. But she tried. She always tried. We still thought maybe my father survived. We thought maybe he had typhoid fever, maybe he had amnesia, maybe somebody hit him over the head and he doesn't know who he was. 50 years I was looking for my father. Never give up when you don't bury your loved one. You can't believe he's dead. Even last November in 1995, I was going to the Elie Wiesel dinner in New York. And I was honored with other survivors. And there was a name and a picture of a man, and underneath it says Camp Oberlangenbilau. I immediately called the Israel Bond Office, got his name and called him, and I got together with him in New York, hoping that he'll tell me what happened to my father. I'm still looking for people who would tell me if he's really dead. We'll always be searching. How do you mourn a whole family? how you mourn an aunt that was 34 years old that chose to die with her 5-year-old child because she wouldn't let him be torn away from her in Auschwitz. How do you mourn a grandmother that never hurt anybody, whose husband was buried with military honors, and she was pushed in the gas chamber of Auschwitz? How do you pick up your pieces? Where do you start? In 1949, my sister was already in Israel because she went with the Exodus to then Palestine. And when the British returned them to Germany, and they were behind barbed wire in a camp called Emden in North Germany after the British brought all the Exodus people back. They were the first one when Israel became a state to be taken out and taken to Israel. When my sister was in Israel, and mother and I had nowhere to go, no country wanted us, we decided to go to Israel. And we left in before Passover, 1949, via Marseille. I met my husband there. He was working, trying to get people on the boats. And he decided, when he met me, to go on the same boat to Israel.
What's his name?
His name is Leo, or Laser was his name, Freiberg. His father and his 2 brothers that survived were already in Israel. He lost 1 brother, but 2 brothers survived. So they were already in Israel, so he decided to go to Israel too. And so we arrived at my sister's, Erev Pesach.
And what city was that?
And we lived in Jaffa. That's where she got an Arab apartment because as a refugee she got an apartment. Her husband was in the army and she was working as a hairdresser, and we lived with her. She had 2 rooms, so we took 1. And then I got engaged. We looked for a place in Tel Aviv and we found a room, and I would never, never leave my mother. Everywhere I went, my mother always was with me. I still was taking care of her every step of the way. I provided for her during and after the war. If I had a piece of bread, she was getting her part of it. Never ate
What work did you do in Israel?
I'm a designer, self-taught, clothes, couturier, what we call in French. And sewing saved my life in camp as well, because I would repair things for the girls when they needed something changed or sewn or made from 2 blouses, 1 blouse, and for a piece of bread. And then I shared it with my sister and with my mother, and we always had a little bit bread, a little more bread than somebody else because of my sewing. And in Israel I was working as in a couturier's very elegant place. And my husband was a carpenter, worked as a carpenter. I became pregnant. I was so worried about the Arabs wanting to throw us into the ocean. I felt I paid my dues. I wanted to live in a country in freedom.
Mrs. Freiberg, when you arrived in Israel, can you tell us what the reception of survivors was like by the Israeli community?
Well, we arrived with the boat Negba. The crossing over, we were in the machine room underneath. There were some American tourists on the boat, but we were not allowed to mix with them because we were just refugees. The Nazis classified us as third-class citizens. I think the world continued to do so, because when the Canadians came to the DP camp and they wanted to bring some people over to Canada, they were asking for lumberjacks and domestics. Suddenly, nobody asked me to please come to Canada and they will help me to get the education that I never got. Maybe I could have made some contribution to Canada as an educated person, but they needed domestics, and if the Nazis have dehumanized us and to that degree, the world continued to do so. We were on the way to Israel on the boat Negba. We were not allowed to go up on deck. We were down, stuck underneath in the machine room. We ate separately. We couldn't mingle with the Jewish tourists that were going to Israel visit. We arrived, we were taken by trucks, on trucks, to a place not far from Haifa called Pardes Hana. Each of one would get a blanket and were sent to a tent. In the tent was a bed with a mattress, and that's when then they told us when there would be food, that we can come and get food, wherever they were distributing the food. And basically this is where we were, and I'll never forget my first night in the tent. I heard those animals that I've never heard before. They were jackals. In that time, Israel was still very different than it is today. There were not that much population. It wasn't that populated. So this is basically, we are in the middle of nowhere, in a camp, would you believe, behind barbed wire. We sleep in a tent, and I hear those animals howling all night. I was terrified. Now I came to Israel, maybe an animal's going to eat me. They're wild animals. The next day my mother and I ran away. You were not allowed to leave without all the proper papers, all the red tape. We just walked out, and we took the first transportation we could find and went to Jaffa, and we knew where my sister was because she was writing to us. And that was basically our reception, and I started to work. I found work.
Mrs. Freiberg, what I would like you to tell us as well as your physical reception is, as a survivor community in Israel, what was their perception of you as survivors of the European Holocaust? What was their attitude towards you as survivors of the shtetl, the diaspora?
Well, I can only speak for myself, because different survivors had different experiences. Many survivors had family and was very warmly welcome, because they were the remnants of that family. We had no relatives. No one survived. We are total strangers. So, survivors were Olim Chadashim, newcomers, and were treated as such. You were on your own. If you were of military age, they took you to the army. My sister, for instance, lied about her age because it was enough that her husband was in the army. We did not socialize with the Israelis. The Israeli mothers were not encouraging their children to go out with survivors. You don't, and this holds true for Canada as well, so I don't want to repeat this twice. The people did not know where we come from, who we are. We had no roots, we had no backgrounds, we had no family and no family history. Here were these, and why did you survive? They were trying to put the guilt trip on us. You must have collaborated with the Nazis. How come so many millions were murdered and you are alive?
What did that feel like to you?
Well, I had no answer for them. Someone up there wanted me to live. My fate was to survive. 172 people in my family did not share my fate. But I make no excuses for being alive. Basically, that's what it was. Survivors are third-class citizens, even today, even here. And so we kind of found survivors, and survivors became our friends and became our family. And you always saw survivors being together, because we had nobody else.
You mentioned earlier that the fear of future army for your child about to be born motivated you to leave Israel as well?
I felt that I paid my dues to the world. I went through hell. I lost my entire family. I will not wait till the Arabs push me in the ocean. I was expecting my first baby and I wanted it to live. And I think that's the least that I could expect for my child. And so we tried to get to Canada.
Did you have a sponsor here?
Yeah, we found a sponsor and we came to Canada via Belgium. I was almost 9 months pregnant when we left Israel, and I had the baby in Brussels because I could not get a visa from the Canadian embassy if an airline would not give me permission to board a flight to Canada, because it was 17 hours from Paris to Montreal, and the stewardess is not a midwife.
What's the name of your first child?
Josephine Charlotte. She's named after my father and my grandmother. I didn't realize why the embassy told me to come back 6 weeks after the baby is born. My husband left in the meantime. He didn't wait for the baby to be born. And he went to Canada. I had the baby in a public ward in the clinic because I didn't have the money. We could only take $10 from Israel when we left. And so the baby was born in Belgium. And after 6 weeks, I went to the embassy, and when they wanted me to bring the baby, and I still didn't realize why, when I brought the baby, they examined the baby for reflexes, whether she can hear, whether she can see, was every little bone in her body was examined. And then they gave me a visa. That means that if that baby would have had any defect at all, I would have never been able to come to Canada.
When did you arrive in Canada?
I arrived in February of 1953.
How did you establish yourselves financially?
Well, my husband was already
Toronto?
here, and he rented an apartment on the 3rd floor on College Street. He had already a job as a carpenter. I was determined that my mother will never work. I found a job on Spadina as an operator in a factory. I didn't speak English. I didn't know inches. I only knew centimeters. I could not work in my profession because I couldn't communicate, so I worked in a shop for 3 years. But then slowly I took some work home from the factory to supplement my income. I also had some survivor customers who weren't used to buying ready clothes, and so that also helped my husband then start to do some contracting work. He started to build some houses, and once he had built some houses and went into building apartments, I stepped into the business as well. I gave up my profession and began with actually interior decorating of the model suites, the model homes, designing the lobbies, and moved right into construction, which I love.
Did you have any further children?
I have one son who was born in 1956. His name is Jacob Bernard. He is named after my husband's grandfathers.
Did your mother remain with you all these years?
My mother remained with me for 10 years of my marriage, till 1959. All the time, I always took care of her. I never left her alone. She was always included wherever we went, visiting friends, going on holidays, always with mother. She was never left alone. I promised my father that I'll take care of her, and I did. But after I was married for 10 years and there were 2 children already, she desired to live on her own. And so she found a place. And again, she never wanted for anything. Her furniture, her clothing, her food. She never needed to go out to work. She occasionally would babysit because she loved children, and she loved to be with children, and she loved to be useful. So she would babysit for some friends, children, and so on. And so that's what she loved to do, and that's what the only thing I would allow her to do, because she grew so fond of the children that they would call her grandmother. Until today, those kids, I'm in touch with them. They recall her with such love. And that was their grandmother, although they had their own.
Mrs. Freiberg, after the war, you're now a married woman living in a new country with children.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any possibility or opportunity for survivors like yourself to receive assistance, emotional counseling, or any other kind of assistance to help you come to terms with your experiences?
Well, there might have been, because I find out now, being so involved in the Jewish community, that there were some institutions, Jayas and others, that helped the survivors. When I came, it was so late. You see, the survivors that came in 46 till 49 and 50. But when I came in 53, the community considered the case closed. That was ancient history. If you wanted to tell anyone a story, my husband has family in Toronto, and when they invited us, they never asked how was it, where is their family? They never asked. The only thing they said to us, this is ancient history now. It's finished, it's over. You can't bring them back. You're in a country that you have all the opportunities, started your new life, and forget about it. Forget about it? I should forget about every member of my family? The world wants to forget, and I won't let them. And so, in 1962, I joined B'nai B'rith Women, and when I became, within a year, president of the chapter, as poorly as my English was, at my installation, I spoke about the Holocaust.
What
and
was
that
the
was
response?
the first time that they heard any story. And I spoke about the incidents in Bratislava, when the people walked by and failed to help us. And like Hillel says, you might never walk this way again. And they missed, because they could never walk this way again. They had an opportunity to help a survivor. That opportunity didn't come again.
I wanted to ask you, before we talk about your great efforts in Holocaust education, as a parent, how do you feel your experiences during the war have affected you?
Well, I claim that our children are survivors of the Holocaust. For our children had to live with our nightmares, with our memories, and there was no escape. Survivors, as I said, congregate with survivors, and it doesn't take long. When survivors get together, I'll give you 10 minutes when they start talking about the experiences of camp, of ghetto, about the family that they lost. Our children lived with the memory, grew up with our memories of our dear ones. Our children lived with the guilt that they have food on the table and we were starving at their age. My daughter was 16 and she had a sweet 16 party. She went to the hairdresser and the hairdresser didn't do her hair nice. And she came home crying and she wasn't going to the party. You know what I said to her? When I was 16, I was lucky. I had no hair and I had no party. I did not understand that she lives in a different world. And it wasn't easy for our children. Our children were different than their friends were. Our children, my son had a bar mitzvah. There was no family at his bar mitzvah except his grandmother. And he was very lucky. And at the head table were his friends, because I had no family to sit at the head table. And I had no family to invite to the bar mitzvah. And these chairs were empty where a family should have been sitting.
Over the years, were you able to talk of your experiences with your children?
No, I could not speak to my children. And for years, I had a problem that my children weren't asking. And I realize now that it is as difficult for the listener as it is for the storyteller. And therefore, my children do not know my stories. Thousands upon thousands of students all over Canada and in Germany have heard my stories, except my children. Survivors' lives shape different. We're still there. We are not liberated. Our bodies are liberated. It comes before Rosh Hashanah. The Jews of Toronto go to the cemetery. I remember now I have a grave of my mother's. I remember the years when I would go and shop and hear people say, I have 30 people coming for the Seder. Oh, I don't know how I'm going to live through it. And I wanted to turn to them and I said, I'd love to have 5. 1. Before Rosh Hashanah, I would go shopping on Batter Street, and the cars with families, full of family members, would go up north to visit the cemeteries. And I had no cemetery to visit. There isn't a grave anywhere in the world that at that time I could visit.
Mrs. Freiberg, what was your main motivation in working towards Holocaust remembrance and education?
When people told me, don't talk about it, start a new life, this is over, that's when I realized it is not over. I will not allow this to be over. The world closed their eyes and ears when we cried out for help. I will not let them close their ears. I will speak wherever I go, to whoever wants to listen, and even to those that don't want to listen. I became the self-appointed spokesperson for the victims. No, I was not in Auschwitz, and I cannot share the stories of these horrible, horrible camps. But I can speak for the victims and at least make the people understand, and especially the young people. When I speak to them at their level, when I can explain to them what it means for a child to be suddenly isolated from the friends, to be cut off of education that meant so much to me, to be suddenly a stranger in a community where you don't belong, to be suddenly liberated and not knowing where to go, and looking for a place to start all over again and not be accepted. And I had to tell the story of those who are not here to tell the story. And I will continue doing it all my life. And that's when I began to speak. Wherever I was invited, it wasn't too far. If it was a blizzard and the road was closed by the OPP, I was the only one that would go anywhere, everywhere. I never cancelled a speaking engagement, ever, and I never will. I spoke from Halifax to Vancouver and many communities in between. And I will continue to do so.
Schools, adult audiences?
Schools, synagogues, churches, whether it's Thunder Bay, whether it's Bowmanville, whether it's Kingston, Niagara Falls, anywhere, Milton, anywhere where I'm asked to speak. Jewish organization, spoke to the Senate, members of the Senate in Berlin, members of the German government in Bonn, members of the clergy in Bonn. I spoke to students in high schools in Munich. I spoke to people in Lübeck, Friedrichshafen. I will speak wherever there is anyone with ears, whether he wants to hear the story or not.
What kind of response do you get? Is it different when you're speaking to a Jewish audience, a non-Jewish audience?
Well,
can you distinguish between
for
them?
many years, Jewish mothers were not receptive to the idea that survivors would speak to their children in schools. They did not want the children to go to the trauma. It was all right for the children that were murdered to go to the trauma, to be torn away from their parents and pushed into the gas chamber by themselves. But it was not okay for the Canadian Jewish children to hear the story. This is unforgivable, and I don't accept it. I always had the dream of building a Holocaust memorial in this community, to leave something behind when survivors are gone. We won't live forever, and the clock is ticking. My opportunity came, although I have done a lot of work speaking at different functions, at schools. It wasn't enough for me. I wanted a memorial where people can come and learn. An educational facility and a memorial at the same time. The opportunity came in 1983 when I was asked to join a committee, a building committee. It took 3 years to finish the project. I was chair of a small committee of survivors. We raised the money necessary. We did not go to any organization to finance us. We raised it among survivors and Canadian Jews of goodwill, and the Ontario government was very generous. We also got a bit of funding from the Canadian government. We established the Holocaust Education and Memorial Center. The opening was September 15, 1985, right after our first gathering of Holocaust survivors in Canada, which took place in April of 1985 in Ottawa, of which I was a member of the steering committee and chair of the cultural evening. The Holocaust Center has been now in existence for 10 years. We had hundreds of thousands of students coming through that center, adults, church groups, synagogue groups, Jewish organizations. It is a place where you can, in the Hall of Memories, read on ceramic tiles names of families, victims of the Holocaust, where our children can come and find the names of their grandparents they never knew. They can say a prayer. That's the place, the only place they can visit and see their names, their family names. These are the roots. They have nothing else. I am glad that we have established the Holocaust Center. It was my life's work. I was involved in the Holocaust Memorial in the Earl Bales Park, in planning it. And I am very proud of that accomplishment as well. It is my life's work. Having been elected of Canadian Jewish Congress, Ontario region, after many presidencies that I held in many organizations, I had the opportunity not only to continue to speak about the Holocaust and maybe making a living memorial for our victims, I also had the opportunity to fight the neo-Nazis and the deniers in the position that I was holding as chair of Canadian Jewish Congress, Ontario region. I also was appointed by the Premier of Ontario to the Cabinet Roundtable on Anti-Racism and had the opportunity to sit at a table with 7 ministers of Ontario and to bring to them the concerns of the Jewish community, the anti-Semitism of today, the neo-Nazis that live in our midst, the war criminals that still are being harbored in Canada and not being punished or deported from this country. I would sit in the court when we charged any neo-Nazi with some neo-Nazi activities, I would face them, I would confront them. I openly said to them, as long as I live, there is no room for you in this community, and they knew it. They knew who they were dealing with. And I didn't mind if a detective had to follow me to the garage to pick up my car, because they were afraid that the neo-Nazis get me. I had an unlisted telephone number, and I never went straight home from the court. I drove around in the city, and I never parked in front of my children's home at the time that I was fighting the neo-Nazis. I didn't want them to harm my children. That was my only worry. I didn't worry about my life or my safety. I survived the Nazis. I'll survive the neo-Nazis. But I will not make it easy for them to spread the lies, the hatred. The work has to be done. There aren't many survivors left. Every day is less of us. And one day, there won't be any. The Spielberg Foundation has made possible that future generations will know our story. Hear it in our words, without editing, without making it look good. This is the story, as it was, and we survived it, and I thank God for it.
Mrs. Freiberg, after all the advice you received to forget, why is it that you persist in Holocaust remembrance and education?
Well, I was hoping that by telling the story, the world will learn, will know, and maybe will change. But my biggest disappointment in my life is that although the world knows now, nothing changed. Nothing changes. However, the biggest problem that I'm facing now as a survivor is when I hear reports from Bosnia, from Rwanda, from Somalia, Uganda, as we go through history, and I hear people say it is another Holocaust. My biggest pain when I hear 3 whales got caught in the ice in the Arctic, it is a whale Holocaust. They're poaching the elephants in Kenya, it's an elephant Holocaust. There is no other Holocaust, there is only one. It is the first time in human history that a group of people, for no other reason than being born Jewish, were sentenced to be murdered. The first time in the history of mankind, the Holocaust stands by itself. There is no other atrocity. As tragic as the events of all these countries are, they cannot, can never be compared to the Holocaust. 16 children were killed 2 weeks ago in Scotland, senselessly murdered by one crazed man. The whole world took note. The whole world stopped. All of England mourned the 16 children. It is a terrible tragedy. I think of my grandchildren, they are the same age. And I can't even think of something like this happening to me, to them. But I must at the same time think of the 1.5 million children that nobody blinked an eye. These children did not deserve to live. They did not deserve to be remembered. Did they just disappear? Did we ever think that 1.5 million children could have made a contribution to this world? There could have been scientists, They could have entertained the world like Barbara Streisand. They could have been doctors. Maybe one of them would have found a cure for AIDS or cancer. 1.5 million children died, and the world didn't blink. And now there are people that say it never happened. The biggest pain is that the world had not learned its lesson. Yes, we do have a Somalia. We do have a Rwanda, and we do have a Bosnia and Croatia. This is the road the world took out of Auschwitz and continues on that road. Without Auschwitz, that would never have happened. It is a license to kill. And this is why we must educate the children, why they have to understand, and other thing that they have to know, that the Nazis were elected by the German people. Not all Germans were Nazis, but all Nazis were German. They were elected by the German people because the people of goodwill did not bother to come to vote. And the warning that I give to our young people is this: don't stay home even if there is a blizzard. When you have the opportunity and the privilege to vote, you go and exercise that privilege. Because if you don't, you might wake up tomorrow, find yourself with a government that you didn't want, and it's too late to get rid of. In 1933, in 1935, in 1937, there was still time. Germans, the clergy, people of goodwill could have eliminated the Nazis. In 1938, it was too late. Even people of goodwill couldn't do it anymore. And this is my warning. People are full of hatred today. The racists are all out there. And if the Nazis would have finished the Jews and won the war, there would have been other victims that they would have chosen. Whether we'll have another Holocaust, I believe that as long as we have Israel, there is no possibility of having another Holocaust against the Jewish people. For a little incident that I want to remind the people about is when the hostages were taken in Iran. They were in no danger to be murdered by the Iranians, by Khomeini. They were very safe where they were held. For the whole world was watching what was happening. And if they would have been harmed, there would be no Iran. And we all know this. The next atom bomb would have fallen off Tehran. The Jews did not have a country. There were no yellow ribbons on any old oak tree. There were no psychologists, psychiatrists taking care of the survivors. There were no hospitals where they were taken to, no receptions in a White House. The world did not want us because we were the witnesses and we were reminding them of what they didn't do and what they should have done.
I wanted to ask you if you had a message for your children, for your grandchildren.
Well, I hope they continue my work. It's there. We pass the torch, and they have to take the torch and carry it when the survivors are no longer with us.
Mrs. Freiberg, before we conclude the interview, I want to ask you if there's anything that you would like to add to what you have said today.
No, I think we have covered everything, more or less. The pain never ends. I think our bodies, as I said, were liberated on May 9th, we will be liberated when we be laid to rest. We are still there.
Father, thank you very much for your most moving testimony today.
Thank you. Well, on the right side, standing, is my mother's mother, my maternal grandmother. Next to her are her two sisters and her brother, and on the left side in a chair is her mother. The other lady is her mother-in-law. That photo was taken around the turn of the century.
Mrs. Freiberg, if you could start on the right, your mother's name.
Oh, her name was Charlotte Brenner.
Next to her?
I don't remember the names.
Anyone else there you can identify by name?
By name, no.
Where was this picture taken?
Well, most probably in where they lived, in Upper Silesia, anywhere. In a park you can see this. Okay, this one is my family, my parents, my sister on the right, myself on the left. That was taken in Krakow in 1939, probably June or July.
Mrs. Freiberg, please identify everybody by name.
Oh, so you have on the right, crouching down, is my sister Hannah, my father Joseph Steinitz, my mother Elfrieda Steinitz, and myself, Gerda Freiberg, then Steinitz. On the right side is my mother's sister, Alice Gürstel, and her husband, Isma Gürstel. On the left is my mother's oldest sister. Her name is Rosa Schindler.
What was their maiden name?
The maiden names were Brenner.
And where and when were the pictures taken?
Well, I would not know when, and I would not know where. Probably they went to a photographer. On the left side, it's my father. That picture was taken as a surprise for my mother's birthday in 1937. He ran to a photographer to have this portrait taken. On the right is his sister, Friedel Kaufmann, after marriage, Friedel Weissenberg, with her baby Klaus. And she's wearing a bracelet. That's the only thing that has survived her when she hid it. And they took her away. And I have the bracelet now. This is the house where I was born and where my parents lived since they were married. The address was Ulica Górna 61, which is 61, in Bielszowicz. And you can see the display window and the door to the store. We had most of the place we lived. There was only two other people that lived in that house.
What country is Bielszowicz?
Well, that was then Germany, later Poland. It's Upper Silesia. All right, on the right side, it's me, Gerda Freiberg, at age 8, and my sister at age 11, and we are on our way to go skating. It was taken approximately 1933.
Where?
In Bielszowicz, in my hometown. Well, this is my class picture in high school, what we used to call gymnasium, taken in 1937, and I am sitting on the left side in the second row.
Extreme left? And where was your school?
The school was in Nova Vieja, and that must have been grade 1 in the high school, first year high school. And these are my parents, Josef Steinitz on the right and Elfriede Steinitz on the left, in Krakow in 1939, early summer. Well, both pictures are of myself in the ghetto in Jaworzno. The one on the left is on the street where I lived, in the ghetto. And it was taken in 1941.
What was the closest city to Jaworzno?
Jaworzno was near Krakow. Well, this photo was taken a few days after liberation. In the background you can see the barrack of our camp in Oberaltstadt, also the barbed wire fence. Now, the picture was taken by the prisoners of war from South Africa, which also now were free. And as you can see, we are wearing their hats. I am on the right, my mother in the middle, and my sister on the left. We got the clothes from the Russian soldiers who probably stole it somewhere, and we were able to get dressed and take our first picture in freedom. I guess we already in 1945 sensed that one day it will be important to have a document. For we asked the owner of the factory, in which we worked as slaves for 3 years, to give us some kind of a document that we can prove that we were working in his factory for 3 years. And so this is what it says in Czech, that we were working in that spinning mill during the time that we were incarcerated in a camp in Oberaltstadt. On the left is a watch from my grandmother, Ida Kaufmann. And on the right is a bracelet from my aunt, her daughter, Frieda Kaufmann Weissenberg. That bracelet was given to her on their first anniversary in 1931 by her husband. The reason that it survived, it is that they buried it in a garden of a German neighbor. And when we came back from concentration camp, these people called us over and asked us to take it out. And if they return, we can give it to them. If not, should be ours. There were a few other pieces, but this is all that I have. And it's a priceless heirloom that I will leave for my children. It was customary for men to wear morning jackets, and this jacket is the only thing that I have left from my father. We hid some of our things with our neighbors, and after the war I picked it up. I have nothing else left. It was approximately 1920 when he had this made, and I remember him always wearing it on weekends and evenings. That drawing was sent to us from my father sent it to us when we were in camp and he was in camp. It was made, somebody drew his likeness in concentration camp. I'm assuming he wears the hat because they shaved their heads and he probably didn't want us to see him the way he looked. It was tragic for us to see that picture because it is his likeness, but it's a far cry from how he looked when I last saw him. Yet I am fortunate that I was able to receive this, how he was able to send it to us in camp, and how I kept it all those years. Well, my mother was fortunate to survive concentration camps simply because we were together and were taking care of each other. This photo was taken at my daughter's wedding in 1973, when she was 72 years old in Toronto. This photo was taken in Sde Boker in Israel at the Ben Gurion University when I established a chair in agriculture water management. I took my family down for this occasion, and we'll start with left, which is my sister Hannah Zimnovich. Next to her is my daughter Josie Freiberg, her husband Joel Ostrov, myself, Gerda Freiberg, behind me my son Jack Freiberg, and my daughter-in-law Sandra Herlich. That photo too was taken in Sde Boker in Israel at the Ben Gurion University, and I'm on the left with my sister Hannah Zimnovich. My son's children spent the summer of 1994 in Israel, and who we have here. The little one in front is the youngest. She's Orly, and she was 3 at the time. And then to her left is Seth, who was 4.5. And then to the right is Matthew, who was 6.5. And behind him, the tallest, is the oldest, is Adam, who was 8. He was taken in Jerusalem in front of the Migdal David. These are my daughter's 2 children. And on the left is Jeffrey, who is about 3 years old here. And on the right is Julie Rose, Rose because of my Aunt Rose. And she must be 5. And that was taken in their home.
What is their last name?
Their name, that is Jeffrey Ostrov and Julie Ostrov. This is a poster that we used for the dedication of the Yad Vashem Holocaust Memorial. It's a sculpture that is in the Earl Bales Park in Toronto. I was involved in the fundraising, in general arranging the sword turning ceremony, and then as chair of the dedication ceremonies. And this was presented to me in appreciation. I was chosen as Woman of the Year by B'nai Brit Women of Toronto in 1992. And this is the award I was given in recognition of the work that I've done in this community since 1962. This is an award I received in 1988 from the Toronto Jewish Congress, the Jewish community expressing their appreciation for my many years of volunteerism in the Jewish community. It's called the Keter Shem Tov Award. This award I received in appreciation of chairing a small committee of survivors and being the founder of the Toronto Holocaust Education and Memorial Center. The candelabra I designed in 1971 when I was the Yom HaShoah chair, and thought that it would be important that we have a logo that we can use with any Holocaust-related project that we do in the city of Toronto. That has remained now the logo of the Holocaust Remembrance Committee and has been used since 1971. When all the program was finished in the Holocaust Center, I decided that there should be 2 sets of doors when we enter to put the visitor in the mood. So from the logo that I designed in 1971, I taken it to a sculptor and commissioned him to use that logo and create 2 sets of entrance door to the Holocaust Center. It was dedicated in September of 1985 in a memory of my father, Josef Steinitz, and my grandmother, Charlotte Brenner.